Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth, and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Announcements by the President.
Honorable Senators, I have received requests for leave of absence from today's sitting of the Senate from the following Senators: Senator Dr. Maria Dillon Remy and Senator Anil Roberts. Honorable Senators, the leave that the members seek is granted. Honorable Senators, I have advised the leaders of the benches and the coordinator that in our continued efforts to provide a safe environment to conduct parliamentary business, COVID-19 safety measures have been updated by the Parliament, specifically in this chamber, and in keeping with the World Health Organization guidelines. These arrangements are as follows. Members are reminded that they have the option of speaking at one of the speaking booths, both of which are situated on either side of the chamber. A member who desires to speak from the booth may remove his or her mask only when speaking within the enclosure of the booth. Members are further reminded that should they choose to make their contributions at their desk, they will be required to keep on their face mask while so doing. You are not required to keep on your face mask when speaking in the booth. Members wishing to double mask and members wishing to wear a face shield in addition to their mask will be permitted to do so. A member has the option of using either booth to speak, as there is no booth exclusive to the government, opposition, and independents. Sanitization shall be undertaken after each use of the speaking booth. Therefore, in the event that a member chooses to use a booth immediately after another member, the member wishing to speak must allow for the sanitization of the booth. The number of persons permitted in this chamber at any one time shall not exceed 28, which includes 8 government senators, including the mover of the motion, 3 opposition senators, and 4 independent senators. Members are reminded that pursuant to Standing Order 9-1, the quorum of the Senate is 10 members, excluding the presiding officer. To facilitate the COVID-19 safety measures previously referred to, we have provided suitable accommodation for members throughout the parliamentary complex. These areas include the offices assigned to certain members, the members' dining room, opposition and government caucus rooms, and the meeting rooms on level 2 of the Cabildo building. Television screens or computers have been placed in these spaces so that members can monitor the proceedings in the chamber in real time. In addition to those spaces, members are free to utilize the various lounges throughout the building. Members are asked to ensure that all chairs and furniture placed in these designated spaces remain in position to facilitate adherence to the physical distancing requirements. Honorable Senators, in the event that a division is called, Senators will be asked to return to the chamber within a maximum of 3 minutes for the conduct of the division. As a further precaution, the Office of the Parliament has installed air purifiers in the chamber to inactivate airborne pathogens and microorganisms such as viruses. Honourable Senators, I thank you in advance for your cooperation.
Papers.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in my name. The annual administrative report for the Vehicle Management Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago Limited for fiscal 2016-2017. I thank you.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, my apologies. Madam President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in the name of the Minister of Finance. The second report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the National Carnival Commission for the year ended September 30, 2008. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the National Carnival Commission for the year ended September 30, 2009. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. To the Minister of Health, can the Minister give the reasons for the suspension by the Southwest Regional Health Authority of its outpatient clinics, with 2 exceptions?
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, in times of emergency, including a global pandemic, one has to rationalize staff and use resources wisely. As we did last year, we have to free up staff to go to our COVID hospitals. This was done last year. It is being done again this year. But what we are doing is that we are ensuring our patients are not adversely affected. Emergency cases will be handled. We have re-engaged, as we did last year, with telemedicine. So we are keeping contact with our patients, and we are also doing automatic refills of prescriptions so our patients do not run out of medication. That is the reason, and I welcome the opportunity.
Senator Mark.
For purposes of the public, can the Minister indicate in a little more detail how will the government address emergency matters affecting patients, outpatients, and persons who are seeking urgent medical treatment? Can the Minister elaborate on that?
Minister.
I am happy to elaborate. As I said before, telemedicine, we keep in touch with them, and they also have access to our accident and emergency rooms where they will be triaged to make sure all emergency or emergent cases will be handled.
Senator Mark.
Can the Minister indicate whether the government has determined a time frame for this particular process to end?
That is solely dependent on the spread of the virus, which we know we cannot predict. But if all people in Trinidad and Tobago adhere to the protocols, and if all leaders, political and otherwise, lead people who believe in them to be responsible, we could cut the time frame significantly.
Next question, Senator Mark.
To the Minister of...
Madam President, could I suggest we take question
yes.
3 so we don't have to...
Yes, Senator Mark, I was going to ask if you'd pose the next
duly
question.
helpful,
Yes,
yeah,
to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam President. To the Minister of Health, given the ongoing spike in the number of positive COVID-19 cases and this country's goal of controlling the virus through herd immunity, what is the time frame within which same will be achieved?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much. Madam President, herd immunity is about getting 60 to 70% of our adult population vaccinated. That means about 600 to 700,000 persons. A cabinet decision, I took a note to cabinet to do just that. There are three variables, however. Variable number one, availability of vaccines, which we must have in commercial quantities, large quantities, which we are currently working on to good effect. Two, public confidence in the vaccines. And three, we need to get the UNC to stop undermining the government's vaccination plan. That is the most important component to reach herd immunity. If the UNC, as led by the Honorable Kamla Prasad-Bissessar and her spokespersons, keep on undermining faith in the vaccines, we will not achieve it. So this is where we all need to come together again and provide leadership. However, if the opposition works with us, we could administer 700,000 vaccines in this country to achieve herd immunity in about 6 to 7 months, based on deploying vaccines to all 104 health centers and 10 mass vaccination sites, as I indicated in my cabinet note. So the plan is there, but it calls for leadership. It calls for people to stop undermining the government's vaccination program.
Senator Mark.
Respond to that nonsense. Madam President, may I ask the minister whether outside of the Sinopharm vaccine monopoly in terms of millions that have been ordered through a loan, can the minister advise this parliament whether the government is exploring other avenues to ramp up the acquisition of vaccines, including Pfizer?
As I have said continuously in answer to these questions, we are in bilateral talks with Pfizer, Moderna. We are in talks with COVAX. We got 33,000 doses from COVAX yesterday, and we are also in talks with the African Medicines Council platform. We are exploring bilaterals plus initiatives through CARICOM with African Medicine Councils and COVAX.
Senator Mark.
In terms of the bilateral, can the minister indicate where are we with those bilaterals, particularly in acquiring the Pfizer vaccine out of the United States? Can you tell us where are we? Are we near? Are we far? Are we, what is the position?
We are in talks with Pfizer as we are in talks with Moderna and AstraZeneca. At this point in time, there is no firm arrangement.
Mr. Minister, you have been saying that for years.
Senator Mark. Senator Mark. No, Senator Mark.
Sorry, ma'am. Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
And
I apologize.
sure. Could you just take your seat for a minute and allow for the booth to be sanitized before you pose your next question?
Thank you, ma'am. Minister, just ma'am.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. To the Minister of Finance, in light of the situation facing thousands of laid-off employees, can the Minister outline the system and measures that will be employed to ensure timely and equitable distribution of the various grants recently announced by the government?
Minister of Finance.
Madam President, as indicated yesterday, the application process will be entirely online, especially in view of the COVID-19 restrictions and also the need to move towards fully digital transactions. It is expected that the online application forms will be available on the websites of the Ministry of Social Development and Ministry of Finance early next week.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, can the Minister indicate whether this will be done on a first-come, first-served basis? And how would that...
That's one question. Minister.
No.
Senator Mark.
Can the Minister indicate how are we going to ensure that there's equity and not monopolization, as we had in the last period in which a certain political party dominated that whole process?
Minister.
Madam President, it's very difficult to answer a question based on a fake and false premise. However, the Ministry of Social Development will have the responsibility to determine those most in need who would get the assistance.
On notice, questions for oral answer.
Leader of Government Business.
President, thank you. Madam President, there are 4 questions on notice for response today. The government will be responding to all 4.
Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Question number 98 to the Minister of Health.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam President. In response to both parts of the question, the Serum Institute of India is currently unable to supply the COVID-19 vaccine under the COVAX facility or under any form of bilateral arrangement or entertain any such request. The primary reason is due to the surge in COVID-19 cases and deaths in India, for which I think we should all offer our condolences to our brothers and sisters in India. As of May 10th, 2021, the Delhi Minister of Health indicated that Delhi only had 1 day's stock of Covaxin stock remaining, and the Covishield has only 3 to 4 days of stock. So those are the reasons. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, can the Minister indicate what alternative measures are being employed to access vaccines, maybe from Korea, that is also responsible for the production of this AstraZeneca vaccine?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question.
Madam President, in light of this crisis, as outlined by the Minister, read the inability of the Serum Institute of India to supply any further medicine or vaccine, I should say, can the Minister indicate to this Parliament what concrete and urgent measures have been taken by the government to address this vacuum that has not been created?
Senator Mark, that question does not arise.
Madam President, the reality is this.
Can I have a question, please?
Yes, I am coming to the question now. You have to run first.
But don't run up.
Yeah,
Just
okay.
launch the, go into the question. You have 2 more.
Yeah, okay. Ma'am, thank you. Yeah, Madam President, can the Minister indicate specifically, in light of this development, has the government devised alternative plans to ensure, Madam President, that the population is properly vaccinated, having regard to the exponential growth and spread of the COVID-19?
Senator Mark, that question is not allowed.
Can I now move on?
Yes.
Question number 99 to the Minister of Health.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, this is another question that seeks to undermine faith in the country's vaccination program. Over the last 20 years, it has been customary for the Pan American Health Organization to procure vaccines through its revolving fund on behalf of the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Further, since 1993, the National Insurance Property Development Company, NIPDEC, is the agent for the procurement, storage, and distribution of vaccines on behalf of the government. In this instance, the procurement of COVID-19 vaccines, whether from COVAX, the African Council, or any other arrangement, as I have said ad nauseum in the public domain, will follow the same traditional procedure and practice as stated. Based on the above, as I have stated ad nauseum, no local distributor is involved in the importation of COVID-19 vaccines from COVAX, the African Council, or any other arrangement.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, the only people who are undermining this effort is the Prime Minister and your government. Nobody else.
Senator Mark,
Yes,
can you take your seat, please? This is the time for posing questions and seeking answers, not for making statements, okay? So do you have a supplemental question to ask?
Yes, Madam President. Can the Minister indicate whether the government intends, with the advice of the WHO, to encourage private sector organizations to import or to access the provision of vaccines for emergency use, given circumstances that we are all aware of?
Minister.
Madam President, again, as I have stated ad nauseum, if the UNC will just pay attention and stop undermining the government. I have said on multiple occasions.
Senator Mark, this is my second warning. Please, you have other questions to pose, and I would like you to be in a position to so do. So can the minister respond? You listen, and you can ask a supplemental.
Thank you very much. As I have said ad nauseum, there may come a time, we don't know when local agents in any country may be able to purchase vaccines for commercial use. That time has not reached anywhere in the world as yet. Vaccine manufacturers at this point in time, May the 11th, 2021, are only dealing with governments or government agencies or trading blocs like CARICOM, European Union. That is the state of play. So the question you are asking does not arise now. It may arise in the future.
Is the Minister aware of a statement made by the CEO of Pfizer that company had reached out to many developing countries to order Pfizer vaccine? Is the minister aware of this?
And that's what I just said. They are dealing with countries.
And with Trinidad and Tobago.
They are dealing with
was
countries.
Was the government of Trinidad and Tobago contacted on this?
Yes, we have, as I have stated publicly.
Thanks, Senator Mark. Please take your seat. Minister, please. Do not seek to answer a question that I have not deemed relevant. Okay? Senator Mark, that question is not allowed. And I think you asked about 2 questions mixed up in there. So I think I will allow you one more supplemental to this minister.
Yeah, Madam President, the question I'm posing to the Honorable Minister is that given the emergency nature of our situation, where citizens are in crisis, whether the government is prepared to liaise with the WHO with a view to looking at that possibility of working with the private sector to access vaccines so that the population can be provided with same. That is the question I'm trying to get clarification on from the Honorable Minister.
Minister.
As I have stated ad nauseum, the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago has always been in bilateral talks with Pfizer. The government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago does not dictate WHO public policy. We are in talks with PAHO, WHO, and bilaterals constantly. The issue that the honorable member made, he said it himself, Pfizer was in talk with countries, and that is what we have been saying. They are not in talks with local distributors as yet at this point in time. They are only dealing with countries or trading blocs like CARICOM, United European Union, or other trading blocs. There is no access to vaccines at this point in time for the private sector. What we are doing is casting our net wide, and we are very close with Sinopharm to procure large numbers of doses to do just what the honorable member wants done, to vaccinate 700,000 persons in the shortest possible space of time.
President, may I have a final question?
Well,
I think I have a final.
Yes, all right. I will allow you one more question.
Thank you, Madam President. Can the Minister indicate to this Honorable Senate whether Trinidad and Tobago is being forced via this loan agreement with China to purchase over 1 million doses of vaccines from the Republic of China?
Senator Mark, I will not allow that question. Next question. Next question.
Question number 100 to the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance.
Madam President, the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago intervenes in the foreign exchange market currently on a regular fortnightly basis by selling foreign exchange to authorized dealers in order to meet their customers' excess demand, which is the gap between purchases and sales from the customers. Over the period 2015 to 2020, the central bank's sales to authorized dealers amounted to US $10.564 billion. In January and February 2021, the bank's market intervention totaled US $212 million. That's for the first 2 months of this year. The central bank will continue its frequent dialogue with the authorized dealers to gain a better understanding of emerging developments in the foreign exchange market in order to improve the effectiveness, the appropriate sizing and timing of its market intervention program. In addition to the central bank's intervention, the government has also been providing a US dollar foreign exchange facility for the public sector since 2017. This ensures that state enterprises and other businesses are able to access the required foreign exchange essential for continuation of their operations. Access to this facility grew from US $209 million in 2017 to US $575 million in 2020. As a result, the total intervention in the foreign exchange market averaged US $1.862 billion over the period 2017 to 2020. This also includes the US dollar foreign exchange facility with the Export-Import Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, which facilitates the allocation of foreign exchange to local manufacturers and exporting companies in Trinidad and Tobago. The Exim Bank facility was initially established in 2018 with a ceiling of US $10 million and subsequently increased over the last 2 years to US $100 million. By December 2020, the facility was fully disbursed to approximately 100 manufacturers with total export sales of TT $1.37 billion. This initiative supported an increase in export sales from 2018 to 2019 by TT $143 million, or 11.7% increase in 17 sectors, including the food and beverage, building and construction materials, and packaging and plastics sectors. In December 2020, Cabinet agreed to the extension of the facility for 2021 in the sum of US $100 million. As of March 9, 2021, Exim Bank had accessed US $15 million of this facility. Madam President, the government has taken and will continue to take and pursue measures that will increase the inflow of foreign exchange in the country. These include, but are not limited to, the following. The Ministry of Energy, working alongside major upstream energy companies with the aim of increasing production of oil and natural gas. Additionally, increasing the threshold of supplemental petroleum tax for small onshore oil producers to US $75 for fiscal years 2021 and 2022 in order to provide an incentive for small oil producers to invest in increased exploration and production. Pursuit of development opportunities for the introduction of green petrochemicals by substituting hydrogen in the natural gas process. The restructuring of Petrotrin into Trinidad Petroleum Holdings Limited and its subsidiaries, whose oil exports through Heritage Petroleum are fetching much higher than expected prices. The introduction of a 12.5% royalty rate on the extraction of natural gas, condensate, and oil in fiscal 2018. Establishment of the Trinidad and Tobago Trade Policy 2019 to 2023, which articulates as one of its primary objectives increasing the value and volume of non-energy exports of goods and services during the next 3 years.
Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you. Madam President, can I ask the Honorable Minister whether the Central Bank and or the Exim Bank have established mechanisms to monitor the actual use of foreign exchange allocated to the private sector by both the Central Bank and the Exim Bank? Are there mechanisms in place by government to monitor how these scarce foreign exchange allocations are being utilized by the private sector? Can the Minister advise, Madam President, on this matter?
Minister.
I was wondering if you would repeat the question 3 times. The answer is yes.
Can you outline to this Honorable Senate the mechanism or the elements of the mechanism utilized to monitor?
Minister.
The Exim Bank reviews applications by companies to ensure that there is export potential in the allocation of foreign exchange to these manufacturers. That's how the Exim Bank does it. And as you will have observed, Madam President, from the answer to the question, there has been an 11.7% increase in the export of products as a result of the Exim Bank's facility to manufacturers and exporters. With respect to the Central Bank gets regular reports on a daily basis of the allocation of foreign exchange to all of the customers of the commercial banks and monitors the proportionality and the distribution of foreign exchange to all categories of industry and makes appropriate adjustments.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, can I ask the Honorable Minister, in light of the huge amount of foreign exchange being allocated, can the Minister indicate whether Trinidad and Tobago is enjoying a net gain in relation to what we are allocating and the increase in exports arising therefrom and what we are receiving back from that injection via the private sector? Is there a net gain in terms of increases in our foreign exchange receipts, or is there still a net loss? Can you explain?
Senator
Once
Mark,
again, I was waiting
no,
for you to say the
Minister,
question 3 times.
Minister, Senator Mark, I won't allow that question. You have one more.
Ask the Minister, through you, whether the government has begun renegotiation of this infamous natural gas contract, which has resulted in the Point Lisa's estate and other players having been placed at a severe advantage as a result of increases in the price of natural gas. Has the government begun to renegotiate that arrangement to generate
Senator
foreign
Mark,
exchange?
I won't allow the question, but I need to point out that you don't need to repeat the question either. You asked
Exactly.
it. I won't allow it. Next question. That's it.
Yes, Madam
No,
President.
Senator Mark, that's it.
That's my fault.
Yes.
Thank you.
Senator Sipasad.
President. Question number 127 to the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam President. It should be noted that the Inland Revenue Division has a unit dedicated to the auditing and monitoring of energy sector companies. These companies in the energy sector are monitored and audited by the Inland Revenue Division to determine whether their transactions are done at arm's length. That is, whether transfer pricing is involved or whether the companies are in compliance with the Income Tax Act, and the prices quoted for their products are consistent with world market prices. If found to be in non-compliance with the law, assessments are raised and penalties and interest charged. Accordingly, transfer pricing can be and is detected and challenged by the Inland Revenue Division under existing law. If the assessments raised by the Inland Revenue Division are challenged by the energy companies, then there is a process for objections and a review by the Tax Appeal Board. It should also be noted that the Inland Revenue Division has several transfer pricing cases pending at the Tax Appeal Board. In fact, these cases make up the bulk of matters before the Tax Appeal Board and amount to billions of dollars in disputed assessments before that board. Additionally, the Petroleum and Large Taxpayers Business Unit of the Inland Revenue Division collaborates with the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries for the sharing of information on pricing and volumes of petroleum and natural gas and other related products, and profit sharing contracts, production sharing contracts for the conduct of investigations. During investigations, should information provided by the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries be different, that is, the prices reported are greater than what has been furnished by the oil and gas companies in their returns, assessments can and are raised. With respect to withholding tax, an analysis was conducted which identified fluctuations in withholding tax payments. Additional staff were engaged to better resource the International Tax Unit of the Inland Revenue Division in analyzing gross payments on furnished unaudited returns, and a number of companies were selected for further analysis. Companies that underreported or did not report withholding tax can and are being assessed. The Inland Revenue Division has prepared a withholding tax rate sheet for placement on its website for general information. ECLAC, in its report, focused mainly on losses occasioned by transfer pricing on natural gas, exported as LNG. The report found that when the LNG was sold in the higher price markets, the benefit of the higher prices did not reach the government. The higher LNG prices did not benefit the government largely because of the long-term marketing contracts which reference Henry Hub in the pricing of LNG. With the advent of shale gas, Henry Hub has fallen to low levels compared to other pricing markets, such as Brent, Japan, Korea, and the National Balancing Point in the UK. The findings of ECLAC were corroborated by Poten and Partners in the Gas Master Plan report. Based on the findings of Poten and Partners in that report, the government of Trinidad and Tobago engaged the main shareholders, BPTT, Shell Trinidad, and Atlantic LNG to improve the LNG netbacks to Trinidad and Tobago. Arising from these negotiations, government to date has received foregone revenue in the sum of $3.5 billion and a new improved pricing formula based on Brent, JKM, and NBP was agreed for new LNG contracts. The government is considering the introduction of legislation to guard against transfer pricing and has since consulted with international and regional institutions to this end. The government has considered proposals from the Inter-American Center of Tax and Administration and the World Bank Group. The objective is to establish new policy and legal and administrative frameworks to regulate transfer pricing and to strengthen the Inland Revenues Division's ability to monitor transfer pricing. In the past, staff at the Inland Revenue Division have participated in transfer pricing training conducted by the American Center of Tax Administrations, and the Energy Petroleum Audit Unit has also been exposed to both local and international training in transfer pricing. In 2018, the Ministry of Finance hosted a World Bank scoping mission to identify and inform these policy priorities. Subsequently, the ministry explored the option of utilizing an approach similar to Jamaica. Discussions were held with the tax administration in Jamaica to gain a better understanding of the Jamaican experience. The approach that will be utilized for the introduction of a transfer pricing mechanism to complement what already exists is still to be finalized, and the timing is to be determined.
Senator Sipasar.
Thank you, Madam President. Through you, Madam President. Minister, will the government consider implementing an advanced pricing policy where you fix transfer pricing over periods of time, 5, 2, 3, whatever, as well as a procedure for monitoring transactions, establishing a reporting framework with actions and penalties for breaches of the agreement, as well as establishing a dispute resolution procedure?
Well, I don't know how many questions you've asked there.
Oh.
But Minister, I think you've asked...
I'll try my best, Madam President.
If I could just clarify, is really if you would consider implementing an advanced pricing policy, and I was just trying to elucidate on that.
Minister.
As I indicated, the Inland Revenue Division collaborates with the Ministry of Energy to determine whether the prices that are submitted by the energy companies in their tax returns are consistent with reality. And if they detect that they are not, then they do an assessment and they charge penalties and interest. There are already several dispute resolution mechanisms in place, starting with objections, where the taxpayer is allowed to object to an assessment and go through a process, and there are hearings. And then if at the end of that process the taxpayer is dissatisfied, the taxpayer goes to the Tax Appeal Board. With respect to advanced pricing, I would have to seek advice on that. I cannot give you an immediate answer, but I thank you for the question.
Prasad?
Madam President, through you. Minister, I also was wondering if the government will consider requiring multilateral companies, particularly in the energy sector, to provide a master report every 5 years or so. And this report will include things like the financial affairs of the companies, including subsidiaries, as well as a statement of prices at which the commodity was sold in the international market.
Senator Sipasar, I think the Minister has gotten the
gist. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam President. Under existing law, all a company is required to do is to submit its tax return and to declare its income and its expenditure. The idea of asking them to provide additional information by way of a report is quite novel, and I will certainly explore the possibility of such.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, may I through you ask the Honorable Minister whether the government has abandoned, under the Petroleum Taxes Act, the use of the permanent petroleum pricing mechanism or committee to deal with prices both for natural gas and crude oil. Has the government abandoned that very important mechanism called the permanent pricing petroleum
Senator Mark,
committee?
you're doing it again.
Sorry, ma'am.
You posed the question. Minister.
Once again, I was waiting for him to say it 3 times. The pricing committee is triggered by a report from the Inland Revenue Division. Based on my research, the Inland Revenue Division is already establishing prices based on collaboration with the Ministry of Energy, and it has assessed energy sector companies as owing billions of dollars in taxes, which is making its way through the system. And we expect some acceleration in the determination because of recent additions to the Tax Appeal Board, which should improve its capability.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, given the fact that Trinidad and Tobago has lost over $100 billion in revenue foregone through transfer pricing, can the minister indicate whether the government intends to approach these multinational corporations with a view to recouping some of this $100 billion in monies that we have suffered in losses
Minister.
through transfer pricing?
Minister.
Yes, Madam President, am I required to answer that question?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I thank the Senator for asking it once. The question is based on a false premise. I don't know where on earth the Senator has got that figure of 100 billion from. And in the response to the question, I made the point that the long-term pricing agreements for LNG were based on Henry Hub, even though after initial exports to North America, where the Henry Hub pricing mechanism is based, the LNG facility in Trinidad and Tobago started to export to other markets, South America, Europe, and the Far East, which had different prices. The long-term agreements are based on Henry Hub. So what the government did was to go to the companies and point out that the reference to Henry Hub was an anomaly, and as a result, the government has already recovered $3.5 billion in revenue foregone. So we've done what you want us to do. That is a fake number.
Of bills, the Firearms Amendment Bill 2021 in the name of the Attorney General.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend
Attorney
Firearms
General,
Act.
there is one preliminary issue that has to be dealt with before the next stage of the proceedings.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, that's all that I have.
I have it over here.
I don't have a brief. Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, I didn't have the brief that the presiding officers have. I thank the Honourable Vice President and for your guidance. Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 62(1)(b), I beg to move that the next stage of the bill be taken later in the proceedings.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the bill be taken later in the proceedings. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the bill will be taken later in the proceedings.
Public business, government business, bills second reading.
Leader of Government Business.
Very much, Madam President. Madam President, I want to thank you very much for assisting us during the last 2 weeks and ensuring that we have this sitting today. I want to thank you and the clerk and the parliamentary staff and my colleagues, of course, in the chamber and outside the chamber. Madam President, as you know, we've had amongst ourselves, the three benches, we've had almost daily discussions, some with your intervention, and I thank my colleagues, Senator Mark and Senator Richards, for the work they've done. We've reached, as we've said to you, Madam President, quite a few agreements amongst ourselves, but the most important one for today's sitting is that we have agreed that we'd have the speakers as follows: the mover of this bill, the Honourable Attorney General, and 2 other speakers on the government bench. We'd have 2 speakers from the opposition's bench and 2 from the independent bench. And at the end, Madam President, we have the greetings, the e-greetings today, and we would have agreed that we would not pursue any motions on the adjournment, and we intend to adjourn at 3 p.m. or before. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leader of Government Business, and may I commend the leaders of both benches and the coordinator for the cooperation that they have shown throughout this exercise. Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I now beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Firearms Act, Chapter 1601, be now read a second time. Madam President, the bill before us is 31 clauses long, and it seeks to introduce the lawful mechanism by which non-lethal weapons of a particular type can be in the possession of persons who qualify for via the application process to the Commissioner of Police. This is the law to amend the Firearms Act, and I'll explain why it's the Firearms Act in a short while, to allow for the carriage and use of pepper spray. And in getting to the particulars of the law, we must of course manage who is prohibited, what the mechanism for application involves, what the terms and conditions of the application and the holding entails, and then of course, Madam President, the other circumstances that revolve around this. It starts with, Madam President, the Firearms Act. And as a matter of fact, as we look to the schedule of laws to be amended via Clause 31, where we see the consequential amendments, it is important to note that there are 4 laws that specifically interact with this particular bill. They are the Offences Against the Persons Act, the Dangerous Drugs Act, the Domestic Violence Act, the Miscellaneous Provisions Law Enforcement Officers Act. But that there are also a few other laws that coordinate with this, in particular the Children's Act, sections 55 and 56 of the Children's Act in particular, as we treat with the law, as we manage it for children and possession that is proposed by this bill. We are also looking, Madam President, at offensive weapons under the Prevention of Crime Offensive Weapon Act, Chapter 1109, and those 2 other pieces of law squarely coordinate with this Firearms Act. So, let's get to the Firearms Act. The Firearms Act, in Section 2 of the parent law, describes what a firearm is. And a firearm is described as a lethal barrel weapon, etc., or any prohibited weapon. a prohibited weapon is specifically defined in the Firearms Act to mean, and it includes, any weapon of whatever description or design which is adapted for the discharge of any noxious liquid, gas, or other thing. Pepper spray is therefore a noxious substance within the definition of a prohibited weapon. A prohibited weapon is included in a firearm description. That's why tear gas, for example, via a canister, is viewed to be a firearm because it is a prohibited weapon because it discharges a noxious substance. To allow for the deploying lawfully of pepper spray in controlled measures, we therefore have to amend the Firearms Act. In the Firearms Act, we propose in Clause 3 of the bill to amend the section on definitions, specifically to include a definition of pepper spray. Pepper spray means any inflammatory agent which, when applied on the body of an individual, may cause the mucous membranes in the eyes, nose, throat, and lungs of the individual to become inflamed, resulting in the immediate closing of the eyes, difficulty in breathing, runny nose, and coughing. And this definition of pepper spray is tied on to the fact that whatever is not authorized as pepper spray stands as a prohibited weapon. And that is to be found when one reads in cross-reference section 6A, capital A, 3 of the Firearms Act. And if you go to section 6A3 of the Firearms Act, Madam President, it says, as we have a consolidated version of the bill circulated for all members so that they can easily follow what is happening in these structures, 6A3 says, any pepper spray that is not approved by the minister under subsection 1 is a prohibited weapon for the purposes of this act. That's in clause 7 of the bill. So to make it clear, we're amending the Firearms Act. The Firearms Act has a definition of prohibited weapon. Prohibited weapon is a noxious substance. Pepper spray is a noxious substance. Pepper spray is therefore excluded from the definition of firearms. Anything that is not permitted as pepper spray in accordance with the bill is therefore a prohibited weapon and therefore remains unlawful. So that's the first point. What is pepper spray? How do we treat with it? And pepper spray is defined into the law in the amendments that we cause in clause 3 to the definition section. Whilst we're on clause 3 and the definition section, permit me to say that we are taking the opportunity to do some cleanup to the Firearms Act. Wherever the term president is used in the Firearms Act, that means the Cabinet of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, because in accordance with section 80 of the Constitution, the president is not acting pursuant to the advice or in own discretion, and therefore president simply means cabinet, and therefore we've taken the opportunity to harmonize the law by replacing president with the description of minister, meaning the Minister of National Security. That's extremely important because we contemplate in a couple of months ahead of us further amendments to the Firearms Act to treat with issues including controlled deliveries, how you track weapons of war, how you engage in intelligence that converts to evidence, and therefore we must anticipate the move of the law. Madam Speaker, Madam President, we are in clause 4 amending part 1 of the law and including into the sectional description the possession, sale and transfer and use of pepper spray in addition to firearms. Clause 5 of the bill seeks to amend section 5 of the Act and includes a very important amendment. In this amendment, we are saying, for the purposes of any prosecution for an offense under this part, and that part is the possession and sale of firearms and pepper spray, or section 16B, which deals with the list of who is prohibited from holding pepper spray, or section 16C, which deals with the obligation to return pepper spray as a prohibited person, in section 17A, subsection 2, which deals with the use of pepper spray for self-defense purposes only, or in section 40A, where we deal with the custody of pepper spray, where you keep it in possession. And lastly, under part 4, which is for the importation of firearms, we say in this important amendment to section 5 that being in possession, being found, having under control, having with him anything found in the firearm, etc., including pepper spray, shall be deemed to be in possession of such firearm, ammunition, or pepper spray in the absence of lawful excuse. This is a standard feature of permitted constitutional reversal of burden, where you are deemed to be in possession. The obligation is placed upon you to show the lawful excuse as to why you are in possession, in this instance, of the pepper spray. And lawful excuse has received a generous interpretation in the courts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and indeed from the Privy Council, and that law is very well settled and very clear. It is not offensive to Section 5 of the Constitution in any event. Madam Speaker, we cause an amendment to Section 6 of the Act via Clause 6, and in that we are looking at including in the list of law enforcement persons estate police, special reserve police, municipal police, or any other person approved by the minister to have in their possession pepper spray for the performance of their functions. That is necessary because the first part of Section 6 deals with police, defense force, etc., having prohibited weapons and also firearms under their control, military grade, etc. It is therefore necessary to contemplate the lawful use of pepper spray more than in the category set out in Section 6.2, which is police officers, defense force, etc. We seek to now supplement by adding on estate police, SRPs, municipal police, or any other person. This is to allow for the deployment and continuation of the non-lethal strategies of law enforcement operation. Madam President, I turn to Clause 7 of the bill. Clause 7 of the bill seeks to include Section 6A. I've just referred to it a short while ago. Section 6A, a new section, says, for the purposes of manufacturing, production, importation, exportation, diversion, sale, or distribution of pepper spray, and we have used that terminology because it is used elsewhere in the Act, and therefore we have kept the same architectural language, that the minister may by order approve type, strength, volumetric content of pepper spray permitted in a canister. It is here where the Scoville heat index or the unit index comes into operation, and the tolerable limits of the type of pepper spray that is used falls into analysis. The recommendations that we have received come from entities including the OLEP agency, the Office of Law Enforcement Policy, and the Minister of National Security therefore has the prescriptive power to describe what, in terms of content, volume, and mechanisms for deployment, will be approved by way of a simple order in keeping with the spirit and content of the Firearms Act. We say that in the new Section 6A, subsection 3, any pepper spray that is not approved by the minister is a prohibited weapon. And that's where we tie back to the definition section in the parent law. Madam President, we provide in Clause 7 also for the inclusion of an application for or renewal of pepper spray, whether it is the import permit or the possession or manufacture permits. And we say here, and let me explain this, the intention is that a person will present himself or herself to the police station, fill out a form indicating the parameters for the application. In this instance, a person may be an adult over 18 years of age, or, as is recommended and is here for discussion, a child of 16 years and above. That certainly is an issue which we'll entertain in debate here today. You fill out this form, you give it to the police officer in charge of the station. That form, a preliminary form of checking is done, but very importantly, that form pegs onto.
Thank you. Through you, Madam President, I just want the Attorney General to explain, in terms of policy, why is there the manufacturing aspect included in that clause?
Sure.
Thank you.
We have scorpion pepper in Trinidad and Tobago, and therefore it is reasonable that we not only export our scorpion pepper, but we have the ability to make the pepper spray as well. So why not include the local manufacturers if it can be managed? And that's the reason for manufacture locally, because we have some of the hottest pepper in the world, and therefore can in fact create an industry of manufacturing this end. Sure?
Thank you for your leniency. Is there going to be included in the regulations by the Minister specifications for manufacturing, standards, etc.?
Of course there will be, yes. One of the reasons why this law took a little while to come forward is that we had to go through all of the angles of approach, from manufacture to importation to possession, etc. So I'm explaining the process now, Madam President, with your leave. We are saying that this person will present to the police station. The police will go through the exercise. The real power of the law is caught in the new section 6C. And here's what section 6C says in the context of clause 7. A person who, in applying for a pepper spray, import permit, pepper spray permit, etc., makes any statement or gives any information which to his knowledge is false or in any material respect misleading, commits an offense. In other words, when you are filling out the form at the police station, if you lie, if you tell an untruth about your convictions, your charges, your circumstances, you commit an offense. So it is intended that you will present at the police station, you will form that bond and nexus with your local police, they will receive your forms, there will be an exercise of consideration, you will swear that you are telling the truth because now you're under penalty of the law. If you do not tell the truth, you are therefore committing an offense and liable to conviction, on summary conviction and on indictment, to serious consequences. What this then allows is that you will take the permit and go to where it is sold. So it is a two-step authentication. The police give you the permission, you swear you are telling the truth, you are not a prohibited person, etc., and then you present at the location. It may be a pharmacy, it may be a firearms dealer, and that is where you give them, it's equivalent to a prescription. Same way you go to a doctor and you get a prescription, you present at the place where it is sold, and you are dispensed, and the record keeping is kept. That allows us to separate the permission giver from the person who sells, and therefore provides a very safe network for managing the information and knowledge of who is permitted pepper spray. Madam President, we then turn to clause 8, which, as I said earlier, replaces president with minister, and you'll see several instances of that across the amendment to the Firearms Act. Madam President, I turn to clause 9. Clause 9 deals with the offense in relation to selling or transferring a pepper spray. Transferring of pepper spray is a very important concept because you are not permitted, if you are the holder of the pepper spray, to give that pepper spray to someone else. Of course, the provision of lawful excuse applies in self-defense, in other circumstances. Again, the Firearms Act has been the subject of significant judicial interpretation, and this law is quite well settled. We say, Madam President, next in relation to clause 10, where we insert a new section 16B, this is the mechanism by which we decide who is going to be prohibited from having pepper spray. Effectively, there are 3 categories of prohibited people. Number 1, people who are described in the schedule to the Firearms Act. Number 2, people who are described in the schedule to the Bail Act. Number 3, people who are the subject of certain mechanisms under the Domestic Violence Act. And we say, Madam President, and we've thought this through, we're willing to listen. I've seen the recommendations coming from the Law Association, and I wish to distinguish our point of view from theirs. we are proposing in the law that a person who is charged and a person who is convicted is a prohibited person for the following matters. If we look to the schedule of this particular bill, of this act, the Firearms Act, and the schedule is found in Act number 19 of 2019, if I remember the number correctly. That's the bail act that we did, the first one, not the one that the UNC defeated for automatic firearms, the first one. We seek, Madam President, to introduce the schedule to this law, and this is prohibited persons. It is the subject of Clause 27 of the bill. Offences against the Persons Act: shooting or wounding, inflicting injury, attempting to choke, using drugs with intent to commit offence, administering poison, grievous bodily harm, offences of burglary, offences of kidnapping, offences under the Trafficking in Persons Act, dealing with children, inciting, etc., offences under the Children's Act. We deal with offences under the Trespass Act. Why have we selected charges? Because a certificate of character is a document which evidences convictions which you have. The story in Trinidad and Tobago is that there are a number of people awaiting the trial process who have charges, in some instances multiple charges, and from a risk perspective we are saying we don't want to only go to convictions, knowing that there are dangerous characters on the outside who with a charge ought to be distanced from the possession of pepper spray. It is a policy decision taken by the government. It is born from experiences in the world that we have looked at. If one looks to the experience in Denmark, where they initially granted pepper spray and then they revoked it, the story in Denmark involves some of these considerations. We also include, Madam President, amendments to the bail, the schedules to the Bail Act, The specified offences in Part 2 of the Bail Act are critically important here, again for charge or conviction. If you are in Part 2 of specified offences, anti-gang, offences against the person punishable by a term of imprisonment for 10 years or more, Dangerous Drugs Act, the Kidnapping Act, sexual offences against a child, offences of sexual offences punishable by a term of imprisonment of 10 years, Anti-Terrorism Act, Trafficking in Persons Act, with a charge of over 10 years potentially, offences against the Firearms Act, or any attempt to commit. We have said as a matter of policy, if you are on a charge for any of these matters, you ought to be considered a prohibited person. Now let's deal with the Domestic Violence Act. The Domestic Violence Act is a critical underpinning of law for protection of the most vulnerable in domestic circumstances. As you know, Madam President, we amended the Domestic Violence Act in a very significant way at the end of the last Parliament. That is up and running. You can gain your domestic violence protection orders at the police station at midnight on a Sunday. There are some significant positions. I'm pleased to say that electronic monitoring bracelets are now being placed by virtue of court orders for the first time in this country, so there's a significant operationalization. We recognize that domestic violence is a he say, she say, with very dangerous consequences. So we have, as a policy, and you see it in Clause 10 in the Section 16B, subsection 2, we have said if you are the subject of an undertaking, an interim order, or a protection order under the DV Act, you're prohibited from obtaining pepper spray unless a court determines otherwise. Because usually in the domestic violence scenario, you will have one person against another person. Let's use the example of a husband and wife. And very often the domestic violence application and the undertakings that are given are cross undertakings. Husband against wife, wife against husband, both of whom may be excluded from the pepper spray by virtue of the undertaking breach or merely being the subject of domestic violence proceedings. As a matter of policy, we have recommended that the court consider the propriety of possession of the pepper spray. The court may well consider, by way of application on behalf of one of the persons before the court, that there be an exception and that somebody be permitted the use of the pepper spray. For instance, it may go along with keeping distance, etc., in the usual injunctive senses. So we have left that to judicial discretion. The Law Association recommended to us that we reconsider this, said that there's innocence until proven guilty, that they wanted, their recommendation was that only people convicted should be excluded from possession. We respectfully disagree with the honourable members of the Law Association. The time for Trinidad and Tobago to be a little bit more careful while we break the backlog, while we move to indictable offences disappearing, etc., preliminary inquiries in respect of indictable offences disappearing, we have an obligation to allow people a fighting chance. Madam President, I'd like to underscore, and this is out for public consumption right now, that we have proposed a number of far-reaching amendments to laws by way of proposed bills. There are 3 proposed bills out in public circulation now from the Office of the Attorney General to treat with the scourge of crime, in particular against the most vulnerable, that is our children and our women. And this law is intended to run in tandem with the structures. Madam President, we say that if you are the subject of prohibition and you're found with pepper spray, that is an offense. We say, and the Law Association made a subject of comment in relation to Clause 10, which is Section 16C, as in Charlie. They have asked us to consider the circumstance where you may be incarcerated under an obligation to return the pepper spray, but can't. And therefore, we will look at that particular provision to see if we should include a lawful excuse for not returning it. For instance, I was picked up and jailed, and I couldn't return it within 7 days. That is an easy tweak that we can have a look at as we entertain the discussions coming from honourable members in this House. Madam President, may I ask what time is full time?
You finish at 11:37 and 11 seconds.
Thank you so much. Madam President, I turn to Clause 11. Clause 11 of the bill allows for a pepper spray permit to be granted by the Commissioner of Police or such officer authorized by him. Why? Under the Firearms Act, only the Commissioner of Police has the power of granting an FUL, a firearm user's license, or an FUEC, an employee user's license. We therefore contemplate the delegated responsibility, and we've had to include that an officer authorized, in this case, multiple officers across all the divisions at all the stations. Madam President, we seek to build a network of understanding between the Trinidad and Tobago Police and the residents and persons living near the police stations. Why? We want people to present at the police station. We want them to describe the circumstances as to why they believe they need pepper spray. Are you the subject of a domestic violence situation? Do you feel threatened? Are you vulnerable? This provides for an important information gathering exercise, and particularly because we are digitizing and have digitized in some senses the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. The electronic record is therefore available across stations. This now gives an important community to police connection, which allows for better policing and a better chance at circumstances of discovery and enforcement. Madam President, we of course allow the Commissioner of Police to be satisfied, and again this is intended to be linked to the provision of telling the truth, making sure that your application is truthful, make sure that you do not trip the law by an offense of not telling the truth, and we allow in the exercise, and this is intended to be a very short exercise, this is not intended to be any lengthy exercise for approval. The Law Association has recommended that we put a time frame into this exercise. We respectfully disagree with that approach because the subject of judicial review is a large one. We have allowed for the appellate process, if you are denied a pepper spray permit, to go before the Firearm Appeals Board, and therefore we have a due process consideration here. But we intend for this to effectively be a fill out the form, a verification, a swearing of the truth, and then the permit is answered. If you are found to be untruthful, you are in deep trouble in relation to this particular point. Madam President, if I turn to Clause 12, that's where we deal with the insertion of a new Section 17A. Here is where we put that an adult, i.e. a person over 18 years, may receive pepper spray, or, and we welcome the views of honorable senators, in the case of a child who is 16 years of age and over, the parent or guardian or person with responsibility for the child has given written permission for the child to be in possession of the pepper spray. Why? Obviously, we contemplate that there will be children, young women in particular, who are the subject of fear and intimidation. They may wish to be in possession of pepper spray. We are putting the person with responsibility for the child with the obligation to speak to the permission. We are also holding on to the provisions of sections 55 and 56 of the Children's Act, where a parent is made liable for a child's charge. And that is an important position to, again, bind the concept of parental responsibility. Very often in this country, that is a subject of great concern. I can tell you, in the cabinet, we had significant discussions in relation to the child issue. There were proponents for and against lowering the age. Certain circumstances, it is certainly going to be a hot topic for discussion. The Parliament, the Senate, and as the coordinator of this bill, I am open to receiving the recommendations of my learned colleagues in this chamber. Madam President, we then allow, very importantly in 17A, subsection 2, the following. A person authorized to purchase, acquire, or have in possession pepper spray shall only use pepper spray in self-defense. This is tied on to the use of pepper spray against law enforcement, which is why we, in the provisions of Clause 31, are amending the law enforcement protection legislation. So that if you use pepper spray in the commission of a crime, if you use pepper spray against law enforcement, Madam Speaker, Madam President, that there will be significant consequences to be met, that you would have to consider carefully that you are not allowed. Now, this goes back to the international discretion. I can tell you, Madam President, that we looked at a number of jurisdictions in coming up with this law. Madam President, we looked at the following jurisdictions in particular, and if you permit me to put it on the record, we looked at the United States, where pepper spray is not in all states permitted, Brazil, where it is prohibited, India, where background checks in some states allow. We looked at Malaysia, only for self-defense and a permit required, Singapore, not permitted, Ireland, not permitted, Denmark, where it was permitted and then they repealed the law, Switzerland, where you must be over 18 years with a permit, France, you must be over 18 years with a permit, Italy, you must be over 16 with no criminal record, Austria, where it's classified as self-defense, Canada, where it is not permitted, Australia, where it is not permitted except Western Australia in limited circumstances, New Zealand, where it is permitted with a permit, Greece, where it is not permitted, Jamaica, where it is not permitted, as underwritten most recently in their Future Services Limited versus the Attorney General 2011 case, Spain, where you must be over 18 years, UK, where it is not permitted, and I stick a point here in the United Kingdom in 2012, there was an unsuccessful attempt by way of petition made to the UK Parliament on this matter. The argument then was that crime was rising, law-abiding people have no means of self-defense. The proponents argued it was unacceptable and needed to be changed. The petition was again launched, but it has failed on several occasions in the United Kingdom. Spain, where it is permitted, Holland, where it is not permitted. Madam President, the Denmark experience, as I've mentioned before, is quite interesting, where it was allowed, and then because of the use of pepper spray against law enforcement in particular, they banned pepper spray in the context. This law, as we propose it, actually contemplates the recall of pepper spray, because the permitting of pepper spray by way of this provision can be recalled in the similar context to any license for a firearm. For instance, in a state of emergency, other circumstances, etc. So we have built into the amendments to the Firearms Act a living, breathing structure that allows for flexibility in terms of law enforcement, in terms of utilization, the giving of permits and the revocation or suspension of permits as well, or the call-in. Madam President, Clause 13 treats with the Commissioner of Police exactly the point I was referring to, the revocation of any license, certificate, or permit. It is here that we amend Section 21 of the Act to allow for us to consider where this law is going to take us. Now, I'd like to say, Madam President, there's been a lot of talk about pepper spray, in particular by the opposition, who had 5 years and 3 months to amend the law and didn't amend the law. They did not amend the Domestic Violence Act. They did not bring about the Family and Children Division, the Criminal Division. They did not amend the Firearms Act to allow this. This government indicated quite early in its day that we would do interrogation of the law. We'd look at how it will be operationalized. We'd look at two-step authentication, who permits, who distributes, what records. We'd look at the consequential laws to be amended. We'd look at the building of relationships with the community and the police service and bring this in. But in this understanding of the amendment of this law, I'd like to say that this is a double-edged sword. It has always been one. As a policy consideration, we indicated very early the use of non-lethal structures. Commissioner of Police has unleashed that very commendably into law enforcement as well. But in the round, I am saying that we must be conscious of the need to revoke permits at particular occasions or on particular occasions. We have amended in Clause 14, we amend Section 21A, which is to include the appellate process. A person who is aggrieved may apply for relief to the Firearms Appeal Board. We, in Clause 15, seek to maintain a register. And in this register, we're taking the opportunity to clean up the firearms register at the same time as creating a pepper spray register. Again, Madam President, we are relying upon the heavy push to digitization in this country, in particular, the digitization of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Why? We've digitized the judiciary. The DPP's office is nearly fully digitized. The Attorney General's office is digitized. The Public Defender's office is digitized. Road traffic and enforcement is digitized. Licensing division is digitized. The traffic wardens are digitized. The demerit points is digitized. We have done in 5 years, now 6 years, what has been spoken about for 40 years in this country. And this isn't a boast, it's to tell people in Trinidad and Tobago to have faith that with commitment to operationalize, that we can receive the relief that we require. Madam President, we in Clause 16 allow for the call-in of pepper spray by the amendment to Section 22. The Commissioner of Police, at any time he considers it necessary or expedient to safeguard the safety of the public, etc., can do that by way of gazette. Madam President, we then turn to Clause 18. Clause 18 allows us to specify under special provisions in Section 23 of the Act that the holder of the firearms license or the pepper spray selling, distribution, manufacture, etc., must do so at defined locations. This is so, Madam President, so that you're not selling pepper spray anywhere and everywhere so that it ends up in the hands of the wrong people. We are fighting as a government, without the support of the opposition, the battle of heavy weapons. We have tried on many occasions to treat with this from a bail perspective. We are on our own in this country, without the support of 3/5 requirements that the opposition could give, but just will not give, for whatever reason they promote. We must contemplate that in the structures of this law as well. Because I'd like to say, Madam President, just plainly and simply, this government appears to be without any support from the opposition on most occasions when it matters in critical ways, Madam President. And therefore, we must think as broadly as we can. We must push for the survival of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, whether it is in COVID circumstances or pepper spray. and therefore allow for the flexibility of structures to operate. Madam President, it is here in Clause 18 that we deal with the location of and sale, etc., of these positions. Madam President, we provide in Clause 19 in the amendment to Section 25 that you must have the sign in significant display where you are selling this. Say, for instance, it's at a pharmacy where the prescription comes over the counter and there's a record exactly as narcotics are sold over the counter by way of prescription, that the sign of authorization must be prominently displayed. Clause 20 amends Section 26, which is the keeping of records. And it is in this context that we contemplate the digitized environment and the keeping of records, so you know who was sold, who returned, because the pepper spray is contemplated. If you lose it, if you have it stolen, if it has expired, there are mechanisms set out in the Firearms Act as amended here, which tell you you must present to the police station if it's lost or stolen. You must make a report. You can apply for another one, provided the report is made. The canister that is sold to you will have a number, and therefore we know who it has been dispensed to. These are not impractical things to do in a digitized environment. They're quite easy to do. So a simple barcode, a simple QR scanner can easily pick up what is sold to who, so that you are, in the circumstances, aware when the event happens, what has gone on in this situation. Madam President, we allow for an amendment to Part 3 under power of search to obtain information, etc. in Section 27 of the law, the parent law. Clause 21 allows for the holder of a license or certificate of pepper spray who is authorized to carry it, when he's in a public place, carry the certificate allowing him or her to have that pepper spray. And of course, it allows the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to ask you to show it. Madam President, we seek to amend further in Clause 22 the provisions of the regulations. We're taking the opportunity to amend the regulations up
Attorney
front. Now,
General, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you so much. I will say, of course, in relation to manufacture, diversion, etc., there'll be further recommendations. The regulations in respect of sale and distribution. What happens right now? The pharmacies, for example, will apply to be pepper spray dealers. They will be authorized after the security checks, etc., happen. The sign goes up. They import, the shipment arrives. People present at the police station. The police station, the application process happens. You build a relationship of community to police. The circumstances are aware. You collect your permit under penalty of law if you have not told the truth. You are not a prohibited person. You are allowed to have that permit. You turn up at the place where it is sold. They dispense it to you, and that structure operates in these circumstances. We've amended the sale, the storage, the fee, etc. in the regulations. You'll see, Madam President, clauses 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, all of which amend the regulations. Clause 27 sets out in the second schedule what I referred to earlier, the class of prohibited persons, which ties into the second schedule of the Bail Act, which ties into the Domestic Violence Act as well. Madam President, we had in Clause 28 to treat with the regulation positions in the context of the fees, etc., how we are treating with it, what type of records are to be permitted. You'll see that in Clause 28, the recommendations there in specific form in the addition of the new Section 17s, A through D, etc. And then, Madam Speaker, Madam President, we amend the third schedule to allow for the fee. Now, the Law Association asked us why only $50 for the application fee. That was the policy. It was not intended to put people outside of the permit, and we wanted to quite simply have this thing available and not out of reach of any person. That barely covers the transactional cost, etc. Clause 30 deals with the transitional provisions, and Clause 31 treats with the consequential amendments. I've dealt with the consequential amendments, but Clause 30, transitional, we are saying, Madam President, if a person has in their possession pepper spray prior to the coming into force of the Act, they have 6 months to apply to the Commissioner of Police, authorized by him as the case may be, for a pepper spray permit. This is an important provision because we are aware that people have pepper spray in their possession. It is an open statement by many, and we understand that. So we are allowing a 6-month bring-in provision to allow for this to happen. I am minded to ask the Honourable Senate to allow us to put an extension of time frame into this, if necessary, so that we can amend it by way of order. Madam President, I'd like to say to Trinidad and Tobago, the advent of pepper spray is a significant position for this country, but it is not the panacea to all ills. This is in the structure of significant reform by this government, the Family and Children Division, the Domestic Violence Amendments, the Children's Court, all of the structures of amendment, the Criminal Division that we have done. It took us time to carefully consider the structures for amendment. The proper place for this is, in fact, the Firearms Act. We look forward to the submissions and recommendations of our learned colleagues in this House, and in those circumstances, Madam President, I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Firearms Act, Chapter 1601, be now read a second time. Senator Lutchmedial.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, it is, I think, most unfortunate that at the height of an outbreak of this pandemic, when we are telling everyone to stay at home and not leave their houses, that the members of this House, the Parliament staff, the support staff, and all the other auxiliary staff have to come out and debate a bill when the UNC is on record for asking for this, on the parliamentary record, since 2017. It is a matter of record that on the 15th of September 2017 and again on the 24th of May 2019, questions were raised by the UNC in the House asking for the government to consider non-lethal weapons. This is, of course, in response to the rise in the number of crimes, reported crimes against particularly women in our society. Policy positions are meant to address societal problems, and there is a general public policy framework that one must go through, and it involves a lot of consultation. Again, it is very unfortunate that this bill is brought here today, and we don't know what was the level of consultation, because all we kept hearing for year after year after year is that we're looking at it, we're looking at it. I've heard one reference to a recommendation from OLEP, which is a unit within the Ministry of National Security. So they consulted with themselves. But outside of the Ministry of National Security and the Office of Law Enforcement Policy, which is a unit within the Ministry of National Security, who else was consulted on this matter? And I am very concerned about the level of consultation, specifically because I vehemently disagree with the Attorney General that the place for this piece of legislation, so important, is really where is in the Firearms Bill, in this Firearms Act. I think that if there had been adequate consultation, the government would have heard many varied opinions and would have heard that really the FUL process that we are all somewhat familiar with, that has been around for some time right now, is not the same process that we want to follow for something as important as this pepper spray at this point in time. We have to a greater level of consultation. You would have been able to critically examine that FUL process and understanding that implanting this pepper spray permit and pepper spray import permit into this act may not generally be the right way to go. You see, the firearms regime in this country, Madam President, has been a colossal failure since independence. And it is characterized by two things: allegations of corruption and lengthy delays. Not to mention the delays in having appeals heard before the Firearms Appeals Board, which will now also apply to pepper spray. The Commissioner of Police is on record as saying he's trying to fast forward this process. I think in 2018, when he assumed office, he said that he met something like 13,000 outstanding applications for firearm users' licenses. We are adding into that process now applications for the Commissioner of Police to consider pepper spray. a non-lethal weapon. Madam President, it is also a matter of public record that the Commissioner of Police stated that many persons had to reapply of those 13,000 people for their firearm users license because of the length of time the process was taking. The information was no longer relevant. The rules that apply right now to this process, they are quite archaic. You're dealing with psychometric tests, which has a number of limits. Is that really the same process that you want to take up and look at and use when you are dealing with something like pepper spray? All of these views and opinions ought to have been solicited in the last 4 years. And those things should have been done by the government. They come here to complain about the opposition doesn't support them, and they have to think broadly and think broadly. What have they thought broadly about? Their thinking on addressing crime is nauseatingly restricted to restricting bail, so that everybody who is accused and innocent or set up by the police, by police officers who might be errant police officers or corrupt police officers, everybody must pay the price by sacrificing bail because of the government's failure to address crime in this country. And then they will come here and say that they are thinking broadly so that they can get around the opposition because the opposition will not support them. Everybody must suffer by a restriction on bail because they lack the intellectual capacity to properly address the crime situation in this country. So you want to talk about the prevalence of high-powered weapons, and the illegal importation of weapons is something that you must also consider with pepper spray, because people will also illegally, could probably illegally bring in pepper spray and sell it. But you come here to lament about the fact that the opposition did not support the restriction on bail for high-powered weapons, but nobody will tell us what they are doing to secure the southwestern border where all the illegal weapons are coming through, together with the P1 variant. Nobody will tell us about that, but you want to restrict bail. Nobody will tell us why it is that the opposition had to expose the obscene neglect of our CCTV camera system before they started to fix them and become operational again, when the issue of crimes against women and the issue of the failure of the government to address those crimes was being raised in the public domain. So it took a public outcry, it took marches, it took vigils and so on in order to get this bill here today after 4 years. And what has happened in those 4 years? Well, according to CAPA, the police statistics, rape, incest, and sexual offenses is the categorization that they have put many of these offenses under. From 2017, when the opposition first raised this in the House, to May 2021, the current statistics, we have had 2,078 reported cases that categorize as rape, incest, and sexual offenses. Of those 2,078 cases, 2,078 lives destroyed. And if you think rape is not murder and it doesn't destroy a life, well, you've probably never met a rape victim. But of 2,078 lives forever damaged, hurt, people trying to recover, we have had 587 detected. Now, that is roughly in the last 5 years, 4 years and some months, we have a detection rate of approximately 28%, and that is unacceptable. So I agree with the Attorney General. This is not the panacea at all for the situation that we face right now. Now, again, as I said, public policy decisions and why you have consultation, it is aimed at solving major societal issues. The Attorney General made reference to Denmark, and I came across an article as well from in the BBC when it talked about the pervasive rape problem in Denmark. It was written in March 2019. And it cites several studies, including studies from Amnesty International, that said that Denmark had one of the highest prevalence of sexual violence in Europe. And that is actually one of the countries that has now an absolute ban on pepper spray. Compare that to the Czech Republic, in which pepper spray, I think, is actually quite legal. The Czech Republic has approximately, and some of the statistics, verifiable statistics that I was able to get, was as old as maybe 2015. But back then, when the pepper spray was legal, they had about 5.7 cases of rape per 100,000, whereas Denmark had about 18.5 per 100,000. So the issue of pepper spray, and the Attorney General says the opposition has said a lot about it, and yes, we have said a lot about it because we recognize, and there is empirical evidence out there to support the fact that non-lethal weapons can address rape culture and can also be a deterrent. Apart from that, when you look at our detection rate, what pepper spray can actually, and other non-lethal weapons could actually help address is really the apprehension and detention of an offender. Because clearly, at 28% of detection, we have a serious problem with arresting and finding people who are committing these types of offenses. But even for inchoate offenses, pepper spray can assist. It really does give someone a fighting chance of survival, but it also gives law enforcement the opportunity to apprehend an offender or potential offender or a person who is in the process of committing an offense. Madam President, it pains me to read every day in the newspaper. Yesterday, there was one of a woman being attacked in her bathroom while 5 children were locked inside of her house. Today, I see another one where someone who lives, obviously, I believe, with a sibling who may not be, I don't know, woke up in the middle of the night, I don't want to say too much, woke up in the middle of the night finding herself being sexually attacked by a sibling, a woman in her 60s. These are some of the things why we have to allow people to protect themselves. But what the government has done, rather than going through the basic process of setting an agenda, having consultations, formulating a policy, and so on, they have slammed this into the or slapped it in, I should say, into the Firearms Bill, now on the Firearms Act. So what we have now really is a situation where people must go through this long process. Institutional malaise, including that appeals process, when we could have had a simple, shorter bill that deals strictly with non-lethal weapons. A simple process to import, sell, and have safekeeping. I find it to be not the correct approach, a bit amateurish to decide that what applies to firearms and ammunition must also apply to something that should not, and if it is properly managed, would not have the same effect. It is also going to be a burden, additional burden, on the Commissioner of Police, whereas a small unit within the Ministry of National Security, comprising persons of or input from the judiciary, input from the TTPS, and perhaps the Ministry of Trade and Customs could have gotten this job done carefully. Again, in the last 4 years, while we were twiddling our thumbs and sitting around saying we're consulting and we're looking at it, all of these things ought to have been addressed. Madam President, I do certainly hope that this process of licensing doesn't take another 2 years and that regulations don't take another 5 years before this process can get off the ground. We are, again, boasting about the digitalization of everything, but Easter weekend I had cause to go to the police station where someone was arrested for, I don't know what it was, I think the usual obscene language resisting arrest or something like that. The normal things that police charge people for before a long weekend sometimes. And do you know that the system to check for certificate for pending matters was down for a month and a half, and that person could not be granted station bail on Easter weekend for something that is a summary offense carrying a penalty of $200, obscene language, because the police officer could not verify whether that person had a criminal record or not. It was reported in the newspaper that people in this country were losing job opportunities to go abroad in this dire economic times. People have, I think it was a pilot or something like that, could not get a certificate of character for over a month because the system was down. This is a system that we are telling women who are scared to walk the streets at night and who are forced to use public transportation sometimes at night because of the jobs that they have. This is the system we're sending them to meet in order to get a little thing of pepper spray that you could keep on your keys and defend yourself if a man puts a knife at your neck and pulls you into a cane field when you're taking a taxi in the middle of the night. That is the process that we are sending people to meet. So I do not believe that this system was very well thought out at all. It is something that could have been dealt with in a lot more cleaner and a manner that would not really punish the person who, because that's what it is, you know, when you have to go through the process, I think right now the process of getting an FUL, you could categorize it as punishment. And what this process right now that we are envisioning here, as nice as it sounds and all the flowery language and all the policies and all the government accomplishments and all, the reality on the ground is that it will be punishment for someone who wants to go and try to avail themselves of the opportunity to secure pepper spray for their own safety. Madam President, I agree that law enforcement and more categories of law enforcement personnel ought to have access to pepper spray. I have no issue with that. It is, however, I would want to recommend that we have a lot more training being done, because you cannot simply put alternative weapons, and that's what it is. It's a form of a weapon, non-lethal weapon, in the hands of law enforcement without proper training. I think that there's far too much leeway given in terms of the discretion to use weapons and non-lethal versus non-lethal weapons and the categories of persons that we deal with. So, especially like the mentally ill. We keep hearing that persons who behave in a particular way, how we see the media reports, the way that they are dealt with, whether they are arrested and even sometimes taken down, for want of a better word. It is not in keeping with international best practice in how you deal with persons who are challenged, whether it is a legitimate health issue, a mental health issue, or otherwise. And I could go on and on about the different examples. I just want to get very quickly into a few aspects of the bill. The penalties created in the bill do not seem to be the penalty for simple possession, which is really Section 6A. 2. It creates that, this is the simple possession where a person, only if he holds a pepper spray permit, as the case may be by from the Commissioner of Police and so on, and on the summary conviction, so that is if you are convicted under that section, subsection 4 of the new 6A, which is in clause 7, summary conviction, $250,000 and imprisonment for 5 years, and on indictment, $750,000 and imprisonment for 15 years. Now, that same penalty applies to persons convicted under new section 17A, which is clause 12 of the bill, where you use the pepper spray in the commission of a criminal offense. $250,000 and 5 years on a summary offense. That is far too low, Madam President. You cannot say that simple. So what you're saying is that if I, as a person who is merely, okay, suppose I wasn't captured by a transitional provision, or I didn't know, I didn't make my application, so I'm in possession without the license 6 months or 8 months from now, however long it is. I will face the same penalty as somebody who actually uses this pepper spray in the commission of an offense. That makes absolutely no sense. If you are creating a specific offense for someone who uses pepper spray in the commission of a criminal offense, which you want to be, that is the main issue. That is the issue that took you all 4.5 years to figure out how are we going to do this thing and prevent it from people taking the scorpion pepper and it's more deadly than gun and shooting you in your eye and all this drama. If that is the issue, then raise the penalty. If you are using this for the commission of a criminal offense, then you really ought to be facing a much, much higher penalty, including, and I would not even say it should be a fine, I think it should be an automatic, well, I guess depending on the seriousness of the offense, but it ought to be higher. It cannot be that it is the same penalty as simple possession. Under section 16, the new section 16B that is created, I agree with the comments of the Law Association to an offense. Again, we must not take away from the presumption of innocence. A permit is property. That's the law. Right? A license is a form of property. You are saying that if a person is charged with an offense, that you will automatically deprive them of their property. And I do not agree with that at all. It cannot be. Now, yes, the offenses are serious offenses, but a person who is charged ought not to be automatically deprived of their license and be forced into surrendering it. In the same way that it is left, and I had this in my notes to raise the issue of mutual undertakings in domestic violence matters, because that is actually quite prevalent, but I think that you really do need to leave it to the judicial discretion whether or not a person should be debarred from and prevented from or being forced to surrender their pepper spray license and the thing itself if they are charged with a particular offense. That makes the most sense. You do not automatically have to surrender a firearm if you are the holder of an FUL if you are charged for an offense. The magistrate can order use, and in most cases, if the firearm was allegedly used in the commission of the offense, if you are charged with assault by use of that firearm, they will say, are you the holder of, of whatever firearm it is, and it is a licensed firearm. They will tell you to lodge it in the police station, and it must remain there until the matter is heard. But leave that for judicial discretion. Do not prevent a person who is charged just on a mere allegation with one of these many offenses from holding pepper spray and from acquiring pepper spray. So if I am charged with, I don't know, I don't even want to get, but for anything, it doesn't mean that I do not have, a need to arm myself with pepper spray because I have to be out at night, I have to be out late. I sit sometimes here till 2 o'clock in the morning and drive to San Fernando. I think I'm a good candidate for pepper spray. But if I am, charged with some offense under one of these schedules, I will be debarred from having it. And, that's not fair, it's not right, and really and truly, you can't, it isn't in the best interest of anyone to put these automatic bars into legislation when there are so many different permutations, and especially when you have a judicial officer trained and competent to adjudicate upon those types of matters and ask people to surrender their pepper spray and so on. As I said, and I think the Attorney General addressed it with the DV matters, yes, undertakings I was very concerned about with mutual undertakings because that is the norm at first hearings. In any court, magistrates court in Trinidad and Tobago, they usually have one court dealing with domestic violence matters, traffic matters, summary offenses, and family matters. And on any given day, you could have upwards of 25 domestic violence matters. So most of these domestic violence matters are not heard on the first hearing. Most of them, they ask for undertakings to be given, and really, you should not have to surrender your pepper spray or be prevented. In fact, the person going to the court who may have to give the mutual undertaking not to harass the other one and so on, may be in need of pepper spray. And it's on that day itself that they may wish to make the application for pepper spray. So it says that, unless the court determines otherwise, the difficulty with that is the woman who going to a magistrate's court, we need to stop thinking that everybody is a lawyer who goes to court. The simple woman who never went beyond Standard 5, who goes to a magistrate's court and asks for protection order, may not know that she has to, and most of these people are unrepresented by lawyers in court, by the way. They go to the GP, they fill out the forms, and they sit there, and they ask for the protection order. She may not know that you have to get the court to otherwise determine, and based on this language here, she is debarred from having the pepper spray unless the magistrate orders otherwise. So I must now know, as a person unfamiliar with law, unfamiliar with processes and procedures of court, unrepresented, go before a magistrate and said, I want a protection order. Yes, I'll give this mutual undertaking because I want the other party to also give an undertaking. That way I could enforce something against them until my matter could be heard and have the intervention of the police. But could you also make an exception here so that I can get pepper spray? Is that really something that could work? Because let me tell you what will happen. That same said woman, when she leaves that court, will think to herself, let me go and make an application for pepper spray. And she will go to the police station, and the police will say, well, you know what? You are the subject of a mutual undertaking, and therefore, under this new section 16B, you are not allowed to have it. And that woman who I've just described is the person who needs the pepper spray the most, because she has just put her alleged abuser before the courts. So we have to be very careful when we draft these things. We must be familiar with the circumstances that people in this country meet every day and what they have to do. And let me tell you something. If you are in a court like, Superior, I'll use an example that I'm very familiar with. It's 6 months, 8 months down the road before that woman gets a trial and gets a hearing. And now with COVID and the amount of things that are happening, probably longer than that. So for that period of time until she gets advice and she goes before the court again and asks the court to specifically make some order that allows her to have that pepper spray, she will be at risk and have no protection from this piece of legislation. Again, I think I raised it already, the section, right, the same thing about the penalty under section 16b2, the penalty under subsection 3, I think is also too low, because what you're saying here is that a person, and I'm leaving out the part about charge, but a person convicted under section 16b1, if they are prevented from having pepper spray, the penalty that they face for having it is the same as a person with simple possession. And that cannot, again, it should be higher. If you are deemed to be a risk to society because of your convictions and you are debarred from holding pepper spray, and then you have it, you really ought to have a much higher penalty imposed upon you than somebody who simply has it because, listen, I'm scared, I'm waiting 5 years for the Commissioner of Police to determine my application, and every night I travel in a taxi, I'm scared, and I get this thing through the black market. It's not right. I'm not saying that at all, that is right. But I'm saying the penalty cannot be the same for that person as opposed to the person who is automatically debarred by virtue of their criminal past, and therefore the penalty here should be raised as well, I believe, in section 16b, 16 large b, subsection 3. Madam President, the regulations that have to be made to deal and operationalize this pepper spray, I am not in agreement that there are certain things to be addressed by order under subsection 6A. I think these things ought to be fleshed out in regulations and brought to the Parliament, because these regulations have to consider the potency, concentration. In certain countries in Europe, they look at the presence of flammable, corrosive, toxic, carcinogenic substances in the pepper spray. So the actual formulation of this pepper spray that is contained in the device has to be considered. And I think that, again, what we should have been doing in the last 4 years is considering how you can have different types of pepper spray for different people. Now, the kind of pepper spray that the law enforcement is using when you have to do large crowd control, for example. The kind of pepper spray that that 16-year-olds would be allowed to carry with the permission of their parents should not be the same. Would you want particular types of canisters to be sold to different age groups and be outfitted with safety devices to prevent accidental discharge? All of these things are available, by the way. And so we must consider those things. And I think that those things ought to be fleshed out in the regulations, as well as special training requirements as it pertains to the different age groups. Anyone under the age of 21 or even 25, I should say, who is allowed to have pepper spray, and we are considering, and I am not by any means objecting to the, I heard the AG say that it's open for debate about persons as young as 16 years old. I really don't have an objection to that, but special training requirements and so on ought to be included for persons of that age group, because I think we all remember what it was like to be a teenager, and we all know teenagers could perhaps, what do you call it, showing off, that's the word you use, and may be a little bit irresponsible. So the level of training, what is required, and so on, all of those things ought to be fleshed out with regulations. So in relation to subsection, the new 6 capital A, I don't agree that the minister can should be determining these things by order to deal with the strength, the type, strength, and volumetrical content of the pepper spray permitted into the canisters. I think that these things ought to be properly fleshed out into regulations. And Madam President, I do not propose to keep us back any longer than we ought to, save and except to say that this is long overdue. I do hope that the process thereafter, because passage of laws, nothing irks me more than knowing that there's a law in our statute books that is accomplishing absolutely nothing when it comes to addressing safety and security, particularly of our citizens, and particularly this is a problem that we have rooted in violence against women and girls. And so I do hope that when we leave here today, that this bill, as with all of the issues that I've identified, or whatever happens, that something is operationalized and that this thing happens very quickly, because it is will undoubtedly redound to the benefit of our citizens. So with those few words, thank you, Madam President.
Senator Vieira. Senator Vieira.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me start by saying that I don't like this legislation. I find it disingenuous, condescending to women, and disproportionate. If the primary purpose of this bill is for women to have access to pepper spray for self-defense, it falls short. The regime for pepper spray proposed under this bill is so convoluted, it's so layered with bureaucracy, and it carries so much unnecessary legal risk that it virtually puts pepper spray beyond the reach of the women who may need it most. As legislators, there are two ways of looking at pepper spray. We could look at it as a shield or as a sword. That, I think, is the basic issue which should underlie the proposed amendments. Clearly, the movers of the bill see pepper spray as a sword. Indeed, the whole thrust of this legislation is based on the notion that it is a weapon. And because it is a weapon, it poses a danger to the public and must be carefully registered and controlled. Under the current law, pepper spray falls under the definition of a prohibited weapon, a device adapted for the discharge of a liquid, gas, or thing. And since that definition and the new definition of pepper spray, which is being proposed, is what is fueling this bill, we are constrained to cater for possession, use, importation, sale, and the need for a registry. Now, a statute is ambiguous if it is susceptible of more than one reasonable interpretation. Consequently, I find the new definition, the definition proposed for pepper spray, amateurish. As peppermint oil, shilling oil, vapor rub, and a number of different balms, when applied on the body, can all cause mucous membranes in the eyes, the nose, the throat, and lungs to become inflamed, resulting in the immediate closing of the eyes, runny nose, and coughing or sneezing. As the proposed definition says, any inflammatory agent which, when applied on the body, is it expected that we're now going to have to get permits for those products as well? Will they stand as prohibited weapons? In any event, I don't subscribe to the one-dimensional view that pepper spray can only be regarded as a dangerous weapon. Pepper spray was originally developed in the 1960s by Alan and Doris Littman under the brand name Chemical Mace. And that happened after one of Doris's colleagues had been robbed in Pittsburgh. Now, it was invented to be a shield, not a sword. Pepper spray, as we know it, started becoming available commercially after Chemical Mace was acquired by Smith & Wesson in 1987. So the point is that when our Firearms Act took effect in the 1970s, Chemical Mace was not widely available or known. And I strongly suspect that when the framers of the parent legislation were contemplating the definition of prohibited weapon, they were thinking about weapons of war. Things like flamethrowers, tear gas, and specialized munitions that use chemicals formulated to inflict death or harm on humans. I don't think pepper spray was even on their radar. In any event, I think the concerns about pepper spray being a lethal or dangerous weapon can be easily addressed, and thus opening the way for its use as a shield that women can use as their first and perhaps their only line of defense when under attack. If you hold the view that the fundamental purpose of this legislation is, or it should be, about enabling women to access pepper spray for self-defense, then you have to wonder if the administrative regime proposed under this bill is not overly bureaucratic and cumbersome, and whether there might not be some cleaner or simpler alternative. I believe there is, but it will depend on whether you hold the view that pepper spray is a shield or a sword. Now, for the record, I am not dissing government's approach as being totally out of whack. I accept that one must accept the possibility of criminals using pepper spray for nefarious purposes. We can't be blind to that risk. But I have not been able to find any data, any statistics about pepper spray being used as a weapon for the purpose of committing crime. And while it is fair to consider this as a possibility, no evidence, hard data, or statistics about pepper spray being used by criminals has been provided. So this concern, I think, is largely based on speculation. Yes, one can and one should consider the risk of dangerous characters or a snatch and grab perpetrator using pepper spray to immobilize or disable his victim. But when that risk is weighed against the benefits in making pepper spray readily available to women, I believe, especially where pepper spray might mean the difference between life and death, or the difference between a woman managing to escape or being overcome by a rapist, there is no doubt in my mind that the benefits outweigh the risks. It's also important and instructive to note that under this bill, the police and law enforcement will be able to use pepper spray when performing their functions. Now, I find that of interest because one of the things that struck me in my research is that in those very rare instances where pepper spray proved to be fatal, it was after being used by the police. In fact, concerns about the dangers of pepper spray and the need for regulations arose in those places where there was an increased use by law enforcement when subduing suspects. And yet, even there, it was recognized that the use of pepper spray had reduced injuries suffered by both suspects and officers, as well as complaints about the use of excessive force. It should also be emphasized that law enforcement, prison officers, and the military, they use pepper spray very differently to civilians. For civilians, pepper spray is usually a means of self-defense. It's a shield. Whereas law enforcement uses pepper spray to subdue. It's a means of attack, a means for maintaining control. In other words, it is used as a sword. Now, this fundamental difference in approach, civilians using pepper spray as a shield, as opposed to law enforcement using pepper spray as a sword, is heightened by the fact that the pepper spray used by law enforcement is military strength, the strongest pepper spray. And this may also explain why in those rare instances where pepper spray proved to be lethal, it was after having been used by the police. Yet, notwithstanding documented and potential harm, when military strength pepper spray is being used by the police, prison officers, and soldiers, this bill blithely allows pepper spray to be included in the already formidable arsenal of law enforcement. Consider further that the police always move in groups, never singly like our vulnerable girls and women. And unlike our vulnerable girls and women, the police get to carry guns, they get to carry tasers. But our vulnerable girls and women, before they can have access to this potential shield, this life-saving device, they have to apply for individual permits, they have to be registered as the owners of prohibited weapons, and they will have to pay application fees for possession and import permits. I'm going to resist saying anything about the delays and uncertainties involved when applying for permits. Suffice to say that unless a woman has the money, the time, and the resources to deal with the administrative and bureaucratic red tape being established by this legislation, chances are she won't acquire pepper spray, even though she might desperately need it. The realities also reveal that while possession and use of unlicensed firearms is a serious offense, criminals still have easy access to all kinds of guns. So unless something drastically changes, guns will continue, I think, being their weapon of choice. Attorney General.
Thank you, Honourable Senator, for allowing me a small moment to ask a question. One question and then one statement. Honourable Senator, the specific intention, as it is ready to be operationalized, is a tick-the-box form submitted to the police. There's no bureaucratic consideration at all, and it is not an FUL process. It is merely lodged at the police. The penalty that we're using is if you tell an untruth. So if you lie about being a prohibited person, that's where you're going to be put out after the fact. We'll find out afterwards. This is not intended to be any complex process. I thank you for allowing me to say that. And the second point in relation to pepper spray's definition is that it is confined to the order. So it is not Vicks and oil. It is that which is in the order in Section 6E. Thank you.
Thank you, AG. Thank you. All right, I accept that it may not be as layered with bureaucracy as I may be suggesting. But coming back to the point I was trying to make is that the fact is guns are readily available to criminals out there, even though they're unlawful. And to say that we're going to be saying pepper spray is not going to be used by criminals, why would they use pepper spray when they have access to guns, when they can use cutlasses, when they can use knives? I think those will be their preferred choice of weapon over canisters of pepper spray. And in any event, the same way that the criminals can get unlicensed firearms to use against law-abiding citizens, the wrong people are just as likely to get pepper spray that is unlicensed. So while there might be a risk attaching to pepper spray as a weapon for crime, in the grand scheme of things, I really don't see much of a risk there. I think the risk is slight, and I don't see it as being good and sufficient cause for denying women affordable and easy access to pepper spray. And as Senator Lutchmedial points out, the evidence shows that non-lethal weapons can address the rape culture, and it can be a deterrent. Moreover, anything can be abused if you have a mind for it. It is possible to weaponize many household products. If one wanted to cause somebody serious harm or injury, muriatic acid, toxic insecticides and pesticides, kerosene, gasoline. As far as I am concerned, all these items can be bought over the counter, and they are readily available, and so too should pepper spray. And just as one would be prosecuted for assault and battery for causing grievous bodily harm when using dangerous household products to hurt someone, we should be able to deal with the misuse of pepper spray in a similar fashion. Now, when our women are scared because they travel alone, or they live alone, or because they're in an abusive relationship, is it fair and reasonable for them to face fine and imprisonment when they acquire pepper spray without a permit? When a woman who legitimately possesses pepper spray under this legislation has died, is it fair and reasonable for her family, besides grieving and having to make funeral arrangements, to just have 7 days within which to hand over her pepper spray to the police or face summary conviction of a huge fine or face imprisonment? Why forbid, under penalty of fine and imprisonment, a spouse, a parent, sibling, friend, co-worker from being able to give a canister of pepper spray to his wife, daughter, sister, friend, or co-worker, knowing that it may give her feelings of security and comfort, knowing that it might protect her from harm and perhaps might even be life-saving? Why should it be unlawful to give pepper spray to a loved one as a safeguard when the pepper spray in her purse may be the only, maybe her best chance to get away from somebody who is bigger, stronger, and means her harm? Why are we so prone to overly complicate and make things difficult? The point is more apparent when one considers that while certain restrictions may apply, for example, as to the amounts one can buy, the allowable strength, and that it is not sold to convicts or minors, in the United States, pepper spray as a personal defense device is considered legal in at least 50 states and can be bought over the counter. And as far as I'm aware, there has been no pepper spray crime wave. There has been no epidemic of fatalities caused by pepper spray. In the wake of Ashanti Riley's and Andrea Barrett's deaths and the ensuing public outcry for more to be done to protect our women, the decriminalization of pepper spray is one of the things our citizens have been clamoring for. Not pepper spray for use by the police and law enforcement, but as a personal defense device that is easy for women to acquire and to carry. In the battleground of opinion, I suspect that the ability of law enforcement being able to access pepper spray more readily than women is going to be greeted with cynicism. And one can anticipate that that is not quite what the public is expecting. People may be hyped up in the belief that after all their prayers and protests and vigils and petitions, that the availability of pepper spray is now finally being answered. And if this legislation proves to be a disappointing development, it will only reinforce the idea that government and we in this parliament, we are out of step with what is happening on the ground. And yet, this is an easy ask. All that is needed is to pass an amendment decriminalizing pepper spray up to a certain allowable strength. As the Honorable Minister of Agriculture knows, all peppers are not equal. Peppers range from sweet to scorching hot. Bell peppers, pimentos, jalapenos, chilies, Scotch bonnet, Douglas chocolate, all the way to the scorpion. There are at least 600 varieties of pepper. And just as one can get slight or scorching hot pepper with your doubles, we should be able to legitimize the milder version of pepper spray while leaving the stronger versions to remain under the definition of prohibited weapon. It does not have to be a one-size-fits-all situation. There is no need to legitimize military-grade pepper spray when milder versions can suffice for self-defense purposes. There are 5 major strengths of pepper spray, ranging from between 2 and 10% of capsaicin on the Scoville scale. Law enforcement tends to use pepper spray of between 5 and 10%. But those higher concentrations are not really necessary for self-defense. Milder strengths will cause temporary stinging, burning to the mucous membranes, but they're not going to kill, they're not going to seriously harm anyone. So we only need to pass an amendment saying that anything under 3% will not be considered a prohibited weapon. And that would allow for the milder grades of pepper spray to be readily available for sale over the counter. And it would avoid all the unnecessary and undesirable officialism, the red tape, the bureaucracy. For those who are overly cautious and insist on the need for safeguards, we can counteract potential risk by increasing the penalties against anyone who uses pepper spray for unlawful purposes. Further, or alternatively, we can opt for a hybrid system with 2 parallel tracks. One track allowing pepper spray under 3% to be freely available without the need for a permit or license, and the other track placing pepper sprays at 4% and above within the ambit of this legislation. But we need to focus, yes?
Question for clarification, thank you. So is it, in the hybrid approach that you're approaching, you're proposing liberalization, no permits for certain types?
Anything under 3% is my proposal, yes.
And then everything
because
else,
it's not going to be a lethal weapon.
And then everything else above the particular person, which means that this law would be relevant.
That is one of the approaches I'm suggesting. But we really need to focus on the objective. What is the real purpose of this legislation? Because if the primary objective is to arm law enforcement with another sword for use in their arsenal, or if the purpose of this legislation is really to just lay the foundation for further amendments to the Firearms Act, then let's say so. And let's acknowledge that the use by women for self-defense is secondary or incidental. But if the primary objective is about giving women a shield for self-protection, then we don't need to legalize the strongest pepper spray when slight pepper can suffice. And if slight pepper can suffice, then this bill is cumbersome, is disproportionate, and doesn't square with what people are expecting. So in concluding, let me end where I started. There are 2 burning questions being posed by this legislation. First, whether we should regard pepper spray as a shield for defense or as a weapon for offense. And secondly, whether the control mechanisms being established are really needed or whether they are consistent with what the public expects and wants. One gets a sense of mixed motives or indifference. To those who subscribe to the narrow view that pepper spray must be treated as a weapon, I would ask you to consider the possibility that you may be missing the bigger picture, and you might want to rethink the matter. Madam President, I thank you.
Minister of Social Development and Family Services.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this Firearms Amendment Bill 2021 in support of the issuance of pepper spray permits. And as I rise to contribute to this sit-in, please allow me to first commend the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, for taking critical steps towards protecting the people of Trinidad and Tobago from the devastating impacts of COVID-19 pandemic. Madam President, When this Firearm Amendment Bill 2021 is ultimately enacted in law, it will have the effect of providing a layer of protection to women and girls in particular, and add to the arsenal of tools in the hands of our protective services, with a view to preserving life despite criminal or harmful intent of some persons. Madam President, the issue of pepper spray has been bandied about for a while. And if one listens to some of the commentators, one would easily come away with the perception that with the stroke of a pen, the Attorney General or the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago could have signed this into existence. There are occasions, Madam President, when this and prior PNM administrations were castigated for being inordinately meticulous in our deliberations. And there are other occasions when the same critics, to suit their own political machinations, demand swift action. The role of the government, Madam President, is always to find the balance and present good law. And that is for the public good and in the best interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. As responsible leaders and citizens of this beloved country, we must all agree that any amendment to the existing legislation to change and improve the criminal justice system is most welcome. Madam President, there were 8,336 incidences of criminal activity in 2020, according to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service crime comparisons statistics, and 202,441 incidences of crime as of March 2021. So this means that so far this year, we have 27 crimes committed per day. And therefore, the Firearms Amendment Bill 2021 for the issuance of pepper spray permit is now more significant than ever. The truth is, the protection of our women and girls is the collective responsibility of all of us: government, opposition, the business sector, civil society, the community at large, and of course, faith-based organizations. Madam President, Trinidad and Tobago is not the only country in the region currently grappling with increasing calls for the legalization of pepper spray. In Jamaica, as we speak, there are concerted efforts to have legislation brought to the Jamaican Parliament to do precisely what we have embarked upon today. Jamaican Justice Minister Delroy Chuck sums up best the dilemma faced by governments when he said, and I quote, "While there's a need to legalize pepper spray, the government has to balance the opportunity for it to be used as a self-defense weapon against the risk that if it is widely available, it could get into the hands of criminals," end of quote. The minister also said, and I quote, "The government's main concern is that if legalized, such weapons could be used by criminals to disarm potential victims," end of quote. So we are here today because we believe that through this bill, we have found the balance to which our Jamaican counterpart alluded. Let me reiterate, amidst the groans which may come from some about the severity of the penalties associated with this bill, and then of course there are those who may think that the penalty is too low. I believe we have a general agreement that the introduction of this pepper spray will serve the public good, and it is in the best interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. When someone is pepper sprayed, usually to the face, the instant sensation is restriction of the airways and the general feeling of sudden and intense searing pain about the face, nose, and throat. Recovery of vision and the coordination of the eyes is usually within 7 to 15 minutes. So, Madam President, 7 to 15 minutes makes a world of a difference in a life and death situation. It is important to note that pepper spray is just one self-defense tool in the toolbox of possibilities available to the protective service and to the wider public. And we on this side are by no means advocating that pepper spray is the be-all and end-all of all the problems faced by the victims or members of the protective services. It is not a magical solution that will solve every self-defense situation and should not be relied as such. We do know, however, that there are several benefits to the use of pepper spray, both as a self-defense mechanism and as a non-lethal means of subduing persons deemed threatening or dangerous. We recognize both men and women who may be potential victims will find the use of pepper spray advantageous to their circumstance. The Commissioner of Police, in support of the use of pepper spray in a daily newspaper, Express, February 2021, stated, and I quote, "It will simply give citizens an opportunity to protect themselves when the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is unable to respond immediately." And he further stated, "It gives you a fighting chance to escape, and that is all people need sometimes." Added to the fact that is easily concealed and users can be easily trained in its proper use, pepper spray is generally non-lethal and does not have any long-lasting effects. It can end an attack without the use of physical force, violent actions, and more importantly, the loss of life. Madam President, there are two categories of persons who would benefit from the enactment of this legislation. The first is the members of our protective services, who would now be able to restrain a potentially dangerous person using this non-lethal method. And the second category is vulnerable persons and those who feel themselves endangered or threatened in any way by another person. Both categories of persons, the members of the protective services and ordinary citizens, have come under heavy threat by persons sometimes known, but more often than not, unknown to them. And certainly with the latter of the two categories, the opportunities for self-defense are considerably less, and therefore they have become victims of these assaults. And allow me to speak then on some specific clauses contained in the bill. Clause 6 of the bill allows estate police, special reserve officers, municipal police officers, and such other persons as approved by the minister to have pepper spray in their possession when performing their legitimate functions. The availability of this additional method, which has been tried and proven in other jurisdictions, certainly improves the capacity of the arresting officer to safely and effectively incapacitate violent or threatening persons. Madam President, one of the more important features of the bill before us today is the insertion of clauses that prohibit persons who are charged or convicted with serious criminal offenses from obtaining a pepper spray import permit or pepper spray permit. Notably, given the spike in domestic violence cases during the pandemic, Section 16B also guarantees that persons against whom restraining orders have been granted are also prohibited from being able to obtain a pepper spray permit or a pepper spray import permit. It is important that we always look at legislation in its entirety. So when we add this piece of legislation to the previous pieces of those which gave the judiciary the ability to order electronic monitoring of persons charged with domestic violence, amongst other crimes, or even the legislation that allows for a widening of the net of those who can report domestic violence, what we see is a concerted effort on the part of this government to ensure the safety and security of the vulnerable sectors of our population. And this, I dare say, is the purpose of government. And it is for this reason that Clause 12 of the bill assumes even more greater significance, with a rise in the number of sexual and physical violence against children. Clause 12 allows for persons aged 16 within the written consent of their parent or guardian to be allowed to obtain pepper spray. And you and I would have heard many horror stories of young girls and boys being physically and sexually abused by uncles, fathers, stepfathers, and other persons known to them. And very often, for economic reasons, the perpetrator is protected. And perhaps this ability to obtain pepper spray could now be an added form of defense for those defenseless children. A scan of the international community appears to yield no established or decisive pattern or trend for the usage of pepper spray within the general population of countries. Countries appear to make decisions on the use of pepper spray based on their specific circumstances, and this appears to be the same the world over. To Senator Vieira, I noted his concerns and suggestions that pepper spray should be easily available, but I just want to give some statistics internationally. Many countries, such as Nigeria, China, the UK, the Netherlands, Singapore, Norway, Canada, and Brazil, allow for its use by law enforcement, but is prohibited for use by the civilian population. Some countries, such as Israel, Japan, the Philippines, France, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Spain, allow for unrestricted access and use by civilians, except for some restrictions on the size of the canister, the age of the purchaser, and public usage. The authorities in the Czech Republic actually recommend that vulnerable groups such as pensioners, children, and women carry pepper spray, and the Slovakian police advocates for its use. And these countries have come to recognize the value of pepper spray as a key asset for vulnerable citizens who are in need of protection against the criminal elements. Italy, for example, gives unrestricted access once a purchaser has no criminal record. And many other countries allow for civilian usage only in circumstances of self-defense. So, Madam President, there are other countries which seek to combine self-defense requirement with other safeguards, such as requirement for a permit, license, or background checks. And such countries include India, South Korea, Belgium, Switzerland, Finland, Australia, New Zealand, and Portugal. And I want to thank the Honorable Attorney General for his clarification earlier on when he spoke about the, Senator Vieira spoke about the fact that he felt it was too bureaucratic. But I want to say thanks to the AG for clearing that up. I just want to speak about the information on pepper spray in the United States. Physical assault is widespread among adults in the United States. 51.9% of surveyed women and 66.4% of men said they were physically assaulted as a child by an adult caretaker and or as an adult by any type of attacker. An estimated 1.9 million women and 3.2 million men are physically assaulted annually in the United States. This information is taken from the United States Bureau of Justice Statistics, November 2000. 89% of sexual crimes have been committed by someone known to the victim. This information is taken from the United States Bureau of Justice Statistics report on the National Crime Victimization Survey, Crime Victimization 2003. Around 54% of rape victims are under age 18. Information is also taken from the United States Bureau of Justice Statistics full report of the prevalence, incidence, and consequences of violence against women. This was taken in 2000. As a result of some of these statistics, it is clear that the sale of self-defense tools and weapons has skyrocketed in the United States, and one product that is sold the most is pepper spray. And I too, while I was posting in the US, had kept my pepper spray to ensure my personal safety. So what then can we learn from the international community? First, that this is not a one-size-fits-all approach. We can learn that we can go our own way and do what is right for our country and our circumstances. It has been well established internationally that pepper spray can be used safely and securely within a civilian population by making a number of adjustments to suit the needs of that country. Madam President, statistics gleaned from the National Institute of Justice Technology Assessment Program of the United States of America demonstrate that law enforcement agencies have successfully used pepper sprays on individuals who are extremely excited and agitated under the influence of drug and alcohol and or mentally impaired. Additionally, the statistics have indicated that since the adoption of pepper sprays, there have been fewer allegations of police use of excessive force or police brutality charges, resulting in fewer lawsuits. The pepper spray allows officers to restrain subjects more easily and subdue a suspect in combative, violent, or uncooperative scenarios without using lethal force. A major problem for most police force around the world is the challenge to incapacitate violent assailants without causing unnecessary harm, while minimizing personal risk. And one approach has been to develop less lethal and non-lethal weapons, such as pepper spray, aimed at having a short physical incapacitating effect without long-term injuries. A 2017 study emanating out of the Lund and Malmö universities in Sweden and published in the Police Practice and Research Journal indicated that pepper spray reduced violent behavior in 93% of the 936 incidents investigated. And I am certain, like you and me, you would have heard screams in the communities crying over alleged brutality, police brutality, in the execution of their duties when police have to apprehend individuals. Notwithstanding, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service stated the use of force policy. It is customary to hear complaints about police officers using excessive force in their attempts to subdue persons of interest to them. The introduction of pepper spray into the range of tools now available to our police officers has the potential to reduce those complaints. This added capacity to members of the protective services will not only aid in their ability to apprehend those who declared criminal intent, but also persons whose mental illnesses or other underlying causes results in their erratic and potentially harmful behavior. There's a very live case before us where this matter is being ventilated, and it was reported in all arms of the media last Friday, which took place in Tobago, in Speyside, where someone who's supposed to be a mental health person was shot by the police. You know, while not casting blame or apportioning guilt one way or the other, I think that, you know, the availability of pepper spray to the attending officers might have allowed for a different result in those circumstances. So, Madam President, there's a point to be made today which has not escaped the minds of those who are intimately involved in discussions with persons who have been victims of crimes, especially sexually related crimes. And it would be remiss of me in my capacity, not only as a woman, but as the Minister of Social Development and Family Services, if I allowed this occasion to pass without raising it. Statistics from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service indicate that for the period January to March 2021, they received 828 reports of violence against women, compared to the same period last year, which was 556, an increase of 272, an increase of 272 for the same period, which is a 33% increase. And we continue to witness this horrendous abomination against our women well into 2021. And too many of our women and girls are being needlessly taken away from us, Madam President. And the data also revealed that the majority of women murdered are young persons between the 28 to 37 age group. According to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, of the 745 persons reported missing for 2020, 416 of those were women and girls, which is more than half of the missing persons. Violence against women has devastating consequences on their health and well-being. With the immediate physical and emotional scars, violence against women invariably have lifetime detrimental consequences on women's overall quality of life. Some victims are left in a state of paralysis for life. They are never able to live a normal life. This in turn leads to breakdown in relationship and family life. Supportive networks, families and friends are required to alter their lives to meet the needs of victims. Madam President, the consequences are even more detrimental when children are involved. At the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, these are very real to us. Our National Family Services Division spends a significant amount of time counseling victims of crime, in particular family-related issues, including violence. In fiscal 2020, 3,719 persons received counseling from the National Family Services, and so far, in fiscal 2021, 2,292 persons were counseled. And these included persons who experienced some form of abuse or violence. In the workplace, productivity may be impacted, and uncaring and unaware employers may view this as incompetence. But, Madam President, there's a broader socioeconomic cost. Professor Carl Theodore et al. Conducted a study in 2005 entitled The Cost of Sexual Abuse and Domestic Violence, an Economic Perspective with Implications for Trinidad and Tobago. And this study found that the cost of sexual crime and domestic violence in Trinidad and Tobago, and this was 2005, was 488 million, the equivalent of about 0.5% of GDP for that year. So, Madam President, could you imagine what that cost would be like today? These costs reflect pain and suffering, premature mortality costs, the cost of several services and service providers utilized by victims and their families, healthcare, social services for victims and their dependents, criminal justice system, and a host of other costs. The introduction of pepper spray does not solve the institutional crisis of victim blaming, often associated with cases of domestic or intimate partner violence, rape, and sexual assault. Various studies have indicated that almost 80% of sexual assault prevention tips focus on what women can do to curb crime. Don't walk at night, wear modest clothes, and other versions of gender policing. But, Madam President, the unfortunate case of Andrea Barath is a perfect example of this. And I raise her name not to unearth painful memories for anyone, least of all her family, but rather to highlight the point that based on all the reports, Andrea had done everything right. She was not alone. She was not provocatively dressed. She was not in a private car. It was neither the dead of night nor the wee hours of the morning. Her actions, deportment, etc., would have demonstrated that she followed all the sexual assault prevention tips. The harsh and unflattering truth is that if we as women follow every single rape prevention tip thrown at us, we would lead an extremely restrictive life. As potent as the possession of pepper spray will be in the fight against sexual predators, I am more convinced that women deserve additional effective strategies for combating sexual assault, including strategies that involve men in the effort to address abuse and sexual violence before an attack begins. And it is for this reason that the Family Services Division of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services successfully conducted courses, particularly for men. A series of parenting workshops was held last year and will continue with these sensitization workshops for men, allowing them the opportunity to refocus on respect for themselves and for women. The abatement of crime in our society demands, just as the decline in the spread of COVID-19 virus does, an acceptance of our individual responsibilities. Madam President, no one piece of legislation will guarantee everyone's safety and security. But if we accept our personal responsibility, we just might.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you. We just might see a different outcome in our country. So today, we are here in this House to debate a bill which is both for our protection and it's also a weapon. We simply cannot be just coming to this House over and over to legislate, to protect ourselves. We can't keep coming to legislate, to ask people to do what is right. We cannot legislate autopsy and good behavior. And I encourage each of us to be our brother's keeper. By our responsible actions, we might just be able to save a life, because there are times that we see things and we say nothing. We would be out there and we would see someone being violated and just a call to the police, and some people just look the other way. And I agree with the Attorney General that this is not the remedy for all ills, and this was also agreed to by Senator Lutchmedial. But I urge all of us gathered here today to extend full support for this legislation, and this is just one tool for law-abiding citizens to protect themselves. And it is also expected to assist the protective services in the efficient execution of their duties. Madam President, I thank you.
Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I'm happy to join this debate on the Firearms Amendment Act 2021, which, according to the explanatory note, is seeking to regulate the use and possession of pepper spray in Trinidad and Tobago, including its manufacture, importation, distribution, and sale, Madam President. Madam President, this is a matter or an issue that large segments of the national community have been agitating and advocating for in this country. I know that in the United National Congress, this has been on the agenda, and we have been pursuing it in terms of advancing our ideas some 4 years now. We know that the former Minister of National Security had said that this was under consideration for some 2 years by the government. But here we are today seeking to address this important non-lethal device. We did not only call for the legalization and distribution through some fee of these pepper spray, but Madam President, we had also advocated for the use of tasers, stun guns for our women and vulnerable girls. And now, Madam President, I would not believe that I would have lived to experience a grandmother, somebody who could be my grandmother, being raped by criminal elements in this society. I know that it is now becoming a feature, Madam President, because of home invasions that have occurred in our country. And therefore, that ability of citizens to have a device, a non-lethal device, in order to defend their life, Madam President, is absolutely critical and important. Madam President, somewhere I read that the Commissioner of Police himself had in fact advocated for the use by women of this lethal, non-lethal rather, device, Mr. Vice President, and he sought to communicate the need to give our women and girls a fighting chance. Give them a fighting chance by providing them access to this non-lethal device. Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, one of the issues that I would like to address among a few that I will prosecute during my limited time this evening, this afternoon, has to do with the philosophy and policy, which, Mr. Vice President, could have been hammered out a little more robustly if the government had given us the opportunity to engage in meaningful consultation with the population. The question that is being asked, Mr. Vice President, even though we know that the government is placing this particular regime under the control of the Commissioner of Police, and then using the appeal board when you have complaints or you have refusal in the instance that we are dealing with, could have been addressed differently. Would it not have been better, Mr. Vice President, given the fact that this is not a firearm arrangement that we are engaged in, but a device to defend and protect women against criminal elements who are seeking to harm them or to bring injury to them, Mr. Vice President? Would it not have been better, Mr. Vice President, to have this regime placed under a different kind of management structure, a different kind of administrative structure or arrangement, rather than to crowd the Commissioner of Police with this responsibility? Mr. Vice President, Mr. Vice President, we know that the Commissioner of Police has a lot or many additional duties and responsibilities to perform, including a measure that we passed a year ago, in 2019, I think a year and a half ago, where, Mr. Vice President, we placed the establishment of a sexual offenders register under his care and jurisdiction. And now we are seeking, through the legislation, to also establish a literal pepper spray register, which again will be under his jurisdiction and care. Not to mention, Mr. Vice President, that his responsibility would be to receive application and to take action to determine if one qualifies or not to access the pepper spray canister in question. But, Mr. Vice President, we are also aware that there is corruption involved in this particular firearms application arrangement. And this is not telling tales out of school. That has been said repeatedly. So the question here, Mr. Vice President, is whether we are not going to be adding more burdens onto the commissioner. And Mr. Vice President, even further, what about discrimination? Just as how you may have corruption, you may also have discrimination. And we are not seeing in the legislation the kind of mechanisms that ought to be established so that a person who is refused, there can be an automatic kind of complaint mechanism established for that person to get some justice. So that is an issue, Mr. Vice President, from a policy perspective that we have some difficulties with, although the Honorable Opposition Leader and the party and the opposition indicated that we will support the legislation. But from a policy perspective, had we been given the opportunity for critical consultation, we would have proposed alternative mechanisms to achieve the same objective, but with a greater degree of efficiency and speed in the issuance of such permits to our citizens. So, Mr. Vice President, the approval process, in accordance with the law, the proposed legislation before us, we anticipate, unless there is some fundamental alteration to how things are done, is going to be extremely and painfully slow. And therefore, it would compound the burden already being experienced by applicants for firearms, and now with this piece of legislation, applicants for pepper spray. Mr. Vice President, you would have seen in the legislation under Clause 11B, for one to obtain pepper spray, there are some criteria that seem very vague and very uncertain. And I think the Attorney General would need to clear the air on some of these uncertainties. So, Mr. Vice President, take for example, the phrase intemperate habits. I do not know if this is known by law. Maybe when Senator Sagramsingh-Sooklal speaks, the Honorable Senator would be able to indicate to this Honorable Senate whether the phrase intemperate habits is known to law. Where did this come from? In other words, what criteria is this to be judged? Mr. Vice President, it's an area that I believe that we would need some clarification on. to avoid what could only be termed, Mr. Vice President, subjectivity and uncertainty in the application and processing of applications by members of the public, particularly our women. Mr. Vice President, in terms of refusal, because they can refuse your application, one of the grounds is this: intemperate habits. Mr. Vice President, we are advancing for the Attorney General's consideration that in the event of refusal, there should be access to the appeal board if there is such a refusal, or some other internal appeal process. And Mr. Vice President, if a person who applies is refused, his application or her application is turned down, then there should be in the legislation provision for the Commissioner of Police to provide written reasons for the refusal of such an application. A statutory duty, Mr. Vice President, to provide reasons for a decision would serve an important role in this exercise. It would also provide an element of accountability. It would also ensure, Mr. Vice President, that the decision maker, in this instance, the Commissioner of Police, focuses his mind on the issue, because he must, Mr. Vice President, give reasons. But right now, in the legislation, in the bill before us, the Commissioner can refuse. But, Mr. Vice President, he is not compelled under law to provide you, the person who has been refused, any reasons. And I am suggesting that in an age of judicial review, we shouldn't wait for people to go to the courts. Let the Commissioner provide reasons, written reasons, Mr. Vice President, for his decision to refuse an application. And therefore, it would give the citizen, Mr. Vice President, some degree of comfort that because written reasons are proffered, then it would rectify what I could consider to be such shortcomings, even where it exists, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I want to go to some of your clauses, but I'm rushing to clause 30. Because this piqued my interest. It's called transitional provision. And it says, Mr. Vice President, in fact, in essence, we are told in clause 30, subsection 1, that if a person who has possession of pepper spray prior to the coming into force of this act, within a 6-month period of its commencement, shall apply to the Commissioner of Police or to a police officer authorized by him for a permit. And if you don't do that, you commit an offense according to 32. And the minister by order may extend this period of 6 months. Mr. Vice President, for the avoidance of doubt, in Section 30 of this legislation, I am suggesting an amendment for consideration. I'm suggesting that an amendment should be inserted, Mr. Vice President, to say that this section does not, may I repeat, this section 30, transitional provision, does not apply to possession of pepper spray in commercial quantities. Mr. Vice President, I've been advised that pepper spray have been imported into this country illegally, and they are awaiting the passage of this law. So there, according to my information, smart men anticipating this legislation have illegally imported large quantities of pepper spray, and they are waiting this bill to be passed in the both houses, become law, and then they will utilize this provision. I do not believe that we should be party to rubber stamping illegality. Mr. Vice President, it is fine for me and for any rational human being to understand and to even, Mr. Vice President, exempt individuals who may have had a bottle or a canister or two out of fear, fright. Somebody from the United States of America, some friend, sent down a canister for them because they want to take care of themselves. They want to protect themselves from harm from these criminals. I can understand that. You have a transitional arrangement for them. But this Senate should not be exempting persons that have been hoarding in commercial quantities such illegalities or illegal importation of pepper spray. In order, Mr. Vice President, to gain an unfair advantage in the marketplace, that is dangerous. And I'm proposing, Mr. Vice President, that we take measures in this Parliament to protect the national interest by inserting that these transitional provisions would not cover those persons who have imported pepper spray in commercial quantities in order to take advantage of this particular section of the legislation. So I hope I have made my intervention and contribution in this respect. As the former Prime Minister used to say, may his soul rest in peace, Patrick Manning, I hope I have made myself pellucidly clear on this matter, pellucidly clear. That is not the phrase of the Attorney General, as somebody has falsely claimed. That was a statement repeatedly made by the former Prime Minister, Mr. Vice President. So that is something I want the government to pay attention to very seriously, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, when we look at the legislation, I want to...
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I would like the government to reconsider removing president and replacing it with minister. I believe that the president is a cabinet in this context, under the president of the republic. And there is a cabinet has a greater check and balance as compared to a minister. So I would like the government to retain president as opposed to minister in this particular instance. Mr. Vice President, I would also like to indicate that wherever the minister, which is the president I'm dealing with here, but I'm using minister because it is in the legislation, any order being made by the minister as in clause 6 and clause 7 respectively must be subject to an affirmative resolution. The Parliament must have oversight on this matter. It must not just be left up to a minister or the president. So bring the order to the Parliament and we shall debate the order and its content. And Mr. Vice President, I also want to make it very clear that we would like to suggest that the government delete negative where regulations are to be made and laid and replace it with the word affirmative, which would be subjected to a full-fledged debate in our Parliament. Mr. Vice President, another area that I'm concerned about is the product standard. We have to deal with standards in this matter, like the chemical composition of a canister, as an example. We want to also ensure that there is a certain uniformity and standardization of the importation of canisters. And therefore, who will be responsible for ensuring that level of technical standards so that we have uniformity in what we are dealing with, Mr. Vice President? And Mr. Vice President, the firearms dealers in the system today, are we now creating canisters, new canister dealers, pepper spray dealers, or are we going to continue the tried and tested firearm dealers and allow those people to be responsible for the importation, distribution, and sale of these canister called pepper spray to the public? Or are we going to see a mushrooming of new dealers, fly-by-night dealers onto the market? I raise these things in passing because we want to ensure there's not only standardization, but, Mr. Vice President, we want to ensure that price control, not in the strict sense, Senator Gopi's school, but at least some level of control in terms of what people pay for this particular product on the market. So, Mr. Vice President, I would like to indicate that there are several areas, other areas in the legislation that time did not permit me to go into further detail. But there are several other amendments that we would like to propose aimed at strengthening the legislation, Mr. Vice President. So at the end of the day, we have a product that can stand public scrutiny and that can deal with accountability, transparency, probity, and scrutiny. And there will be parliamentary oversight in the case of orders and in the case of regulations. Mr. Vice President, with these few words, I wish to thank you for allowing me to make my brief intervention on this very important matter, which, as I said, in principle, the United National Congress supports. Thank you very much.
Senator Deyalsingh.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Okay. First, I might say this is the first time I'm speaking since we had our new member, Mr. Imam Shiraz Ali, and I welcome you, sir. I know you do excellent work in the Islam Mosque, and my wife and I had done a lot of medical services there before. So I know the work you've done, and I'm sure you would enrich the Senate with your social interventions and what you've been doing in the community. So welcome, sir. At this stage, I must say that when I heard the Attorney General mention a few months ago that pepper spray was being considered and legislation would be brought, I felt I got a great deal of relief. You see, the initial talk coming out of the government's side was, it was not a good idea. The initial talk coming out from the Prime Minister's speeches that he gave was, it was something dangerous. It could fall into the wrong hands. It could be, criminals could get this. So I see, when I first heard that talk coming, I said, no, our ladies, our women deserve some way to defend themselves. But I am happy that he, recanted his position, and now we have this bill before us. It reminded me of the marijuana legislation we had some time before, where the initial, there was initially some sort of hesitancy on the Prime Minister's part, but he again, it shows here that with the marijuana legislation was later recanted, it's brought to the Parliament. So it shows a government that is listening to the people. Vox populi, as they say. So I commend the Prime Minister, as it shows a leader not ossified in his views. It shows that he's a leader willing and to evolve his ideology, stay flexible, curious, and be intellectual honest. Hats off for our PM for allowing his team to bring this forward. Yeah. So I also would like to say, since the area that changes can be brought, I'm still whispering and hoping that the procurement legislation could see a return, but I digress a bit. So I welcome this piece of legislation. And I make mention to the fact that when Ashanti Riley left her Santa Cruz home to go to her grandmother's home for her birthday, little did she know that would, the relatives, the grandmother would know that is the last time they will see this young lady alive. It reminds me of a story in 1697 when author Charles Penault wrote about young ladies leaving their homes, being caught up by so-called wolves. And he said not all wolves are the same sort. There is one kind, not noisy, not filled with anger, some follow the young maids into their homes. And these gentle wolves are the most dangerous. This was the story of Red Riding Hood. So in 16th century Europe, and even presently in Trinidad and Tobago, there are wolves sometimes driving peach taxis all over in the concrete jungles. We have to deal with them. And this legislation would allow us to at least get at some of those wolves. And Senator Lutchmedial and even the AG mentioned, this is not the be-all, end-all. We need other things. Rapists and, other laws that could attack the rapists, attack the criminals. You see, what we are seeing is that we need other pieces of legislation. CCTV cameras went in, peach, legislation. I'm thinking they should disband that illegal activity. Let the normal taxi drivers take charge, as they have been lamenting. The peach drivers are causing problems. And you see, we cannot. I'm looking at the PH activity. We cannot allow an illegal activity to keep running, especially when there are crimes like this. The rapist, the criminal, does not fear the police, the judicial system. And I think it's time they learn to fear the victim. And I think victims should arm themselves, not just with pepper spray, but with guns. The police commissioner said in the past he's willing to look at the license application. And I'm saying, who can afford the firearms, apply for it, please, because we are looking at defending themselves. So this piece of putting the pepper spray here would, get a certain segment of the population who may not be able to afford guns. The police commissioner quite rightly said that he was for pepper spray. I remember in 2017, his wife, former Senator Nicole Dyer, did a petition in 2017 to legalize pepper spray. And even women's group wanted this to come on board. So it's come on board. So putting pepper spray here today is something I think a lot of women deserve. A lot of women who could take this opportunity. And I'm saying with the decreased funding that is, given to the police service, we cannot expect a fully functional police service to be at each and every corner. So therefore, giving the citizens the right to take up any sort of slack to defend themselves, I think it's something we have to be thankful for. Now, Senator Vieira went into the person who actually invented the pepper spray and what it was for. And then there was another chap called Cameron Logman, who developed it for riot control. So initially, it was developed for animals, to be spraying bears and other animals. Then it became a tool of the police. Now, it is used for self-defense against human predators who often stalk our women. I am very thankful that Senator of the Ministry of Family and Social Services, Ms. Cox, mentioned that recently there was a mentally ill patient who passed on within the hands of the police, like he was shot. And I'm thinking the pepper sprays, the non-lethal methods, these are the way we rather to take down these mentally ill patients with pepper sprays, tasers, rather than bullets. So there is a need. We had mentioned here the problem of fast-tracking the system, as mentioned by Senator Lutchmedial, where she mentioned the fact that, we have to really look at the ability of somebody to apply for it and get it in a timely manner. So I'm suggesting we have some sort of timelines from the application process when it is there. If 6 months' time somebody is not given this opportunity, something is wrong with the system, and we have to improve that system. So fast-tracking the system, give him some feedback from the Commissioner of Police on persons who applied and how long it will take. I am suggesting somehow that has to be built in. When you are looking at the regulations, the type of pepper sprays available, as mentioned by Senator Vieira, in some countries, there are pepper sprays with less concentrated amounts of the chemical, where they use for dogs, where they use for animals that may attack. So there are different regulations, and there are different areas, different countries who have different methods how to apply. The level of the concentration, some countries have not just the amount of in the canister, the size of the canister. All these are in different pieces of legislation for different countries who allow this. Some countries only allow it for the police force, others allow it for citizens also, with certain guidelines that I'm seeing that is present in this legislation. And I'm looking at it, and I saw not many people in the United States died from pepper spray. So I don't think it's a reason for us to be too worried. And initially, I was wondering, why do we have to put it alongside firearms? Why do we have to put it, in this legislation where you are dealing with lethal methods rather than this non-lethal? But then I looked at other pieces of legislation. It was all encompassed under that legislation. I guess if we had time, we could have gotten some other act, a non-lethal act, where we look at tasers, we look at different non-lethal methods to defend ourselves. But as it is now, I think we have to do things quickly. And I agree with Senator Mark's suggestion that the firearms dealers who are there on board already should be the ones to also be given the ability, because they already have things in place. They already have storage for weapons. If a pharmacy is going to come on board, they will have to store these also, because you have to, if it's considered as a dangerous under firearms. I think, given that extra burden to the pharmacies, I think it's a good idea, Senator Mark said, to put it into the hands of those dealers, let them already have their system where they can put it into place, give the regulations, give guidelines how to apply. Yes, there are challenges even when people apply for their firearms, but I'm saying all these things need to be done quickly. Now, I want to make mention that, when Senator Vieira mentioned persons having muriatic acid in their homes and other items, I have a well-kept secret I am divulging now. When I see rape victims, I think I'm the only one in this chamber who have actually seen rape victims under the trauma. We try to get them into a position to empower them. We try to let them, get an idea that, go to the place they fear, try to get out of that situation, try to, what you call, engage them, try to put them exposure therapy if you cannot pass through a certain area where you had that unfortunate instance. We try to get them to actually go there and get that sort of therapy. We try to empower them too. We try to let them take back their lives, to learn to defend, give them a goal to keep fit, learn Krav Maga, carry a knife. Now, this is the danger I have. Persons who are honestly carrying a knife or carrying other weapons or just to defend themselves, a bat, you find those persons could be held, stopped in a roadblock, and have to defend their position of carrying a knife. Even after the unfortunate incident of Miss Barrett, we had another person traveling in a taxi who had to take out a knife and defend herself, and she got away. So the police officers have to look now that we are living in dangerous times. We have to realize people are carrying knives. Yes, you can charge them. You can say you're not supposed to carry knives, but you have to look at things in a different level, giving persons the opportunity to defend themselves. This piece of legislation now gives somebody also means where they can defend themselves. But as I said, the secret I wanted to say is that sometimes if I have a rape victim, and I knew you were not able to carry back, to get, weapons, people don't want the knives, or sometimes, pepper spray was illegal. There's something called Nicorette, a quit smoking oral spray, which I recommend to those persons. If you take that Nicorette, which is quite legal, you spray it in the victims, you can have a disastrous effect. So some rape victims, we had advised them to do this. Others took their hands into their law into their own hands, where same muriatic acid, same lye, they sealed it in containers, sealed it with silicone, put a cap and seal it to keep in their purse. Victims of crime, victims who have been raped, they look for ways that they can help themselves. You see, sometimes we may have to choose between your life and the life of a loved one or the enemy that attacked you. You have to choose, do you want to live, do you want to die, do you want to kill that person or be killed by that person? Because at the end of the day, this is the dilemma that a lot of persons have to face. So sometimes we may need what we call castle legislation, where persons don't have to retreat to defend themselves. They can defend themselves. Police officers have to be aware that somebody carrying something like a bat in their car, cutlass in their car, okay, those persons, it's not like England where there are knife attacks and they're out of control in England. Here, persons, I think, looking at our situation may have to walk with certain items to defend themselves. This legislation gives us something that we could use. You see, Remember, if guns and weapons didn't work for self-defense, they would not be given to our judges, prosecutors, politicians who desire to keep alive. The logic you aren't allowed to carry anything dangerous for self-protection because you might use it inappropriately could speak for guns also. You need a good reason to carry any dangerous item, and self-protection, I think, seems to be good enough reasons. So, criminal, I think, of course, not being able to legally carry dangerous weapons is no impediment to criminals because criminals don't obey the law. Criminals apparently deserve a safe workplace, so we can't let ordinary people protect themselves. So I think citizens should not be criminalized for defending their own lives from criminals. Part of this legislation also speaks to the fact that if you use it as a defense, but if somebody went through rape and that trauma, they may somehow, even though we do all the psychological checkups, in a situation, they may spray someone inadvertently just on the fear at the moment. So you can go to somebody, but if they now mistakenly spray someone, we have to factor that in somebody who has it legally, spray somebody mistakenly because of their past trauma, we have to factor some way in that we can mitigate against that because this is something that can happen. And you see, I also have an idea that, if you have victims who are domestic violence, victims who are, abused by perpetrators who, you could look and do a risk assessment to say that person is dangerous. That person choked, that person killed a pet. There are certain signs we use to have a risk assessment. I am saying the state should look at domestic violence victims and give them free of charge. Those persons who are being stalked, give those victims pepper spray to keep. Because you find that when you leave your victim within the first year, it's the most dangerous time. So certain high-risk individuals, I'm thinking we have to do that. We have, I suggest women's rights group also could assist in obtaining the pepper sprays and fast-tracking it. The problem I looked at when I saw this legislation is certain aspects I had some concerns with. And I make mention of the fact that when I saw the definition also, I had the same sort of concerns as Senator Vieira, because when I also wondered if my mother, when she rubbed me down with tiger balm or shilling oil, could I say I got pepper sprayed sometime in my life? But the AG did clarify that. When I looked at the fact that the possession is a strict liability offense, as other weapons, I wonder sometimes we have to look at the fact that a mother may have a pepper spray, leave it in her purse, a child may also take it and have it. I mean, you have to look at other individuals taking it and drive it in a car, and it's there because your mother left it there or your wife left it there. So we have to look at that strict liability defense and see if there's any sort of mitigating factors that your wife left it in the car, there's a roadblock, will you be charged with it? I looked at section 6.8, where the minister, section 6A, where the minister may approve the type, the strength, and the volumetric contents of the pepper spray. Worldwide, there are different amounts you can carry. So even in Canada, which is where it is illegal, you can get for the animals a bigger amount, a bigger canister. So the legislation, looking at the different strengths, those are things that the minister would work out. And I hope he could be guided by the fact that there are some countries who dumped pepper spray into third world countries where, right now, you have to be appreciative. We signed the Paris Agreement where there's a greenhouse effect, where if those pepper sprays have R134A, 112, the terrafluorothan gas propellant, should not be allowed here because those persons who make this may be looking for an open market to dump that. Also, the fact that there are different strengths, Senator Vieira mentioned there are different strengths, and in fact, some persons who may not be able to afford pepper spray, there's something called a fab gel. A fab gel is really a defense spray where it gives a color. You spray it on somebody, and it leaves a color stain on them that cannot be washed out in about 7 days' time. But we have to go beyond pepper spray, because right now there are pepper spray gas pistols that are used for home defense. And again, the firearm dealers, this is why I'm suggesting, should be the one, in case we decide to have these pistols without lead bullets, you have actually pepper spray on them as a defense system that, again, could be factored into home defense. The person who, I'm looking at section A2, the persons commit an offense, a fine of $250,000. I think it's a little high, but persons, because we are looking at pepper spray in comparison to a lethal device like a gun. But you see, but in cases where somebody uses it in pursuit of a crime, that the full brunt of the law, and as Senator Lutchmedial said, we can even go higher. When I looked at the fact that you're looking at the applications coming in, and I am thinking there needs to be some sort of training. In the International Journal of Industrial Economics, Volume 80, November 2020, civilian pepper spray for self-defense, understanding user perception and impact of design on user performance. An article by a study done by Anil R. Kumar and David Streibel in the US. They found persons sometimes will get the pepper spray but not even carry it at times when they are most needed. Persons may not know how to actually, where to aim the pepper spray. Sometimes they aim it at the eye rather than the whole face. This research was a recent research, and I'm looking at November 2020. So even in the United States, where people buy it and could get it, just like that, they could go into pharmacies and get it. They have to learn, because there's a mismatch between knowledge and practice gap was observed. Sometimes there are different types of pepper sprays, one where you flip up, and one where you move to side, and they found that the side-to-side with a thumb would be the better one that persons would have a better compliance with and better use to reach its target. So again, in guidance, we need to say that we have to look at that study and see what it suggests, the type we should get. And I am now looking at the fact that Clause 8, where it looks that any person found guilty of the offense of illegally possessing this pepper spray will be found guilty, liable to a fine on summary conviction, a fine of $250,000, I think it was, $250,000, and 10 years imprisonment. I'm thinking, Mr. Vice President, in the past we have heard police could plant a gun and you go into your home and whatnot. There may need to be safeguards in this legislation, because it's easier now to plant spray on someone, and look at that. So I'm suggesting if somehow in legislation where we are really looking at police to go in to search somebody, to search a car, we should have built in their law where there has to be existing video footage from the body cam. In that way, I think it will sort of thwart any sense where abuse can occur. When I looked at the fact that persons may have these, bring it in illegally, I was very happy when the Attorney General mentioned that there were barcodes that would be used now so we could identify exactly where it's coming from. The fact that Section 16B3 looked at the prohibited groups that were not allowed to have that, and that is seen in other legislation, even in California, where there also is built in for certain persons not to have not to be able to purchase the pepper spray. And they even looked at persons who had different crimes attached to them before. So it's not to say that you could just, go in and buy it. You have to have certain restrictions that is also seen in the California law. I must say, when I looked at that aspect where when you looked at Clause 11 of the bill, seeks to amend Section 17.4a also. Further down, it mentions the Commissioner of Police or a police officer authorized by him may refuse to issue the permits if they have reason to believe that the applicant is of unsound mind or has intemperate habits. So this brings up the fact you may have to have a psychometric testing just as is done for firearms. So to order to meet that. So therefore the psychometric testing will ensure, or not really ensure, but there's nothing 100% guaranteed, but will somehow be able to give us an idea if this person is mentally fit. So psychometric testing, I see, is built into this, just as how it is asked of the getting of a firearm, the applying for a firearm. You need certain requirements, that you have a certificate of character, which we heard it's a little difficult to get, but this other aspect I'm seeing here. When I looked at Section 17A1, where the age of 18 is eligible to be issued a pepper spray, different legislations have that also. We have seen that in different jurisdictions. And I'm saying that with the permission of your parents, you can get it 16 from the age of 16. But you see, I am saying that Colombia has it at 14. So I'm thinking if you have a 14-year-old going to school, I think we should look at the Colombia legislation, look at what's happening here, look at the safety of a young girl traveling, and I think it'll be safer to, if she has that capability of maturity to handle it, I'm thinking that we should look at lowering that age to 14. And the age you already mentioned, the safeguard is the parental responsibility to have that control over your child to say yes or no, and you're going to manage your child. The clause 14 looks at section 21A. The appeal is there to the Firearms Appeal Board if you're not getting it. The yearly dues I've seen further down in 21C. Again, I'm hoping, section 25 speaks of the yearly dues. I'm hoping it is not something.
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, sir. I'm hoping it's not too at a cost that persons cannot afford. Become already mentioned in, if you could get guns, apply for your guns. If you could get pepper spray, look at that pepper spray, get it, but it shouldn't be out of the hands of the ordinary persons. The clause 18 looks at section 23 of the Act by looking at places specified where persons who are selling it, they have to actually put a notification that they are actually selling this pepper spray, just as, and I'm looking at recently certain firearm dealers advertised that they were selling guns, and I think it was frowned on by the police commissioner. But I'm thinking, do we have permission to advertise that we could have certain places selling this? And that's why I'm thinking Senator's Mark suggestion could be something where we can go to these dealers. When I looked at clause 22, clause 22 of the bill also has the effect of empowering the minister to make regulation. And one of the regulation is a test for determining drunkenness. I think it should be a scientific blood test. So you could get an individual, you do a blood test, that will take away all if so, wonder what level it is. So having it scientifically documented from a blood test would help that. I looked at clause 22 of the bill, also meant section 36, where they looked at fines where the minister may prescribe within the regulations a fine of $250,000 and imprisonment of 2 years in certain regulations. I think it's too much for a non-lethal object, and it's like equating it sometimes like a firearm, and I think we should probably downsize that, except, as I say, if it's in a criminal activity, no, use in a criminal activity. The clause 26 looked at section 40A, where you are supposed to return this within 7 days if you come in possession of pepper spray, or if if somehow you find it, if a person who has pepper spray permit to ensure the safety is stored away from children whenever the pepper spray is not being carried in person. So if you have pepper spray and a child gets it, and actually carries it to school, the mother or the father will be fined $100,000 and imprisonment to 6 months. I think children are children, they are curious, they may go and interfere with things. So somehow I'm thinking this may be a bit too draconian. I would also like to mention the fact that the clause 17A, B, C, D makes mention somebody has to possess one canister. I said, no, people should be allowed to carry 2 canisters. If you have a gun, you're allowed to carry 2 magazines filled with bullets in it. So I'm thinking this part of the legislation, somebody could have it in a keychain, somebody could have one in the purse. So that should be left to the police commissioner to decide, am I given 1, am I given 2? Again, looking at regulation 17D, a person who's authorized to sell must periodically the police commissioner must actually get a sort of a itemized list of what's happening. I say don't leave it periodically. Put a 6-month time when you have to carry that. And I also looked at the clause 30 of the bill where a minister may extend the period where persons are in possession of pepper spray coming into force of this bill must within 6 months. And then he has a power further to do it a further 6 months. I'm thinking we don't need that further 6 months because people should be advertised. So therefore, one thing I'm seeing missing here is if you are a security officer or someone even selling these aspects, according to the OSHA, it requires that a pepper spray data sheet, SDS, be available to all employees who are selling in that establishment. So we have to look at that compliance, the OSHA compliance. So, Mr. Vice President, I am saying that I welcome this bill. I see it's needed. I see it's needed to empower our women. I see it is something that is long overdue. And I'm thankful it was brought here. And I'm thinking by passing this, we would show the UK and Canada, which is totally against this, that we have come a long way. In fact, UK right now, there's another online survey trying to get persons to get this to go back to the Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Minister in the Office of the Attorney General.
Mr. Vice President, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this bill, the Firearms Amendment Bill 2021. Mr. Vice President, in my contribution to this debate, I will further traverse certain aspects of the law already touched on by the Attorney General, but I will delve a little deeper, and those are the areas of the law as it relates to fines and penalties, and that is because in Senator Lutchmedial's presentation, she would have touched on concern that particular area, and I want to be able to contribute and certainly clear the record on certain submissions made relative to that point of law made by the Honourable Senator. I would also focus on applications and appeals, and certainly I will look at the exempted list. That's the list of persons who cannot and will be prevented from getting a pepper spray. Now, so that is the general gist of my presentation, or the scope of my presentation or contribution to this debate. But before, Mr. Vice President, I traverse the law as it relates to this amendment, I want to share a very special story with the people of Trinidad and Tobago and the members of this Honorable Senate. Now, in this particular story, Mr. Vice President, the characters are all real, and it is indeed a very, very true story and something that I will never forget for as long as I live. Now, in a previous incarnation, Mr. Vice President, I was a secondary school teacher. As a matter of fact, I taught in the secondary school system from September 2003 to 2010, as my first degree was in history. And, day before yesterday, Mr. Vice President, we celebrated Mother's Day. To be very honest, I celebrate Mommy every single day because I genuinely wish if there were more human beings like my mother in this world. And the reason why I say that is because I remember being 21 years old and having my first appointment to teach in the secondary school system. And my mother's advice to me as a 21-year-old, now embarking upon this life as a secondary school teacher, she said to me, love them, respect them, make them feel they can walk on water. Because that is what I did with you, and it didn't turn out so bad after all. And with this vigor, Mr. Vice President, and mindset, I began teaching. And in 2006, I was teaching, by that time at a girls' school. And because of this mindset, I'm pleased to say, and my students, my children can attest to the relationship that I developed with each and every single one of them. Up until this day, there are children who call me mommy. There are children who I've had the pleasure to sit at the bar table. I have children who are doctors. I have children who are bankers. And my teaching experience is something that I truly valued because it taught me the value of loving and loving children that were not your own. Now, I will take this Honorable Senate to Friday, the 10th of November, 2006. And why do I remember this day? It's because it was a Friday, a regular Friday at school, and I had planned to leave half day on that Friday. And the reason for that was because I was getting married that weekend. And in a Hindu marriage ceremony, the wedding actually begins on a Friday night. That's the Matikur night. And I was about to leave, so that entire day I was trying to tie up some loose ends, making photocopies, making sure my classes were well taken care of. And I had one of my daughters, one of my students, throughout the course of the day, Miss, I need to talk to you, I need to talk to you, I need to talk to you. And to be very honest, Mr. Vice President, I kept putting her off because there were so many things I had to do before I left half day. And eventually, with bags in hand, I was running out. My father was waiting in the car park to pick me up. And I was running out. And this child came up to me and she said, Sags, because they called me Miss Sags. Sags, where you going? I need to talk to you. And, with bags in hand, I stop and I say, okay, princess, tell me, what happened? And it was at that moment, she started to cry and she indicated to me, Miss Sags, yesterday I was raped. Yesterday, I was gang raped. And right there, Mr. Vice President, standing in that courtyard for the first time, because all day I was busy, I observed marks of violence on her hands. I observed scars on her face. And I started crying, to be very honest. Because as I said, these children, I treated them as my children. And honestly, her story was that she got into a PH car that she knew the driver. He drove off route. He, together with two other boys, took turns raping her over and over again. They dropped her off home, and the rest was history. Now, on that particular day, as a teacher, I was called upon to do everything that I had to do. So I would have informed the principal, we would have called the police, we would have called the parents, child support, we would have done, student support, we would have done all the needful things on that day. But one of the things that I did not want to do and I was not prepared to do was to leave her in that school at that point, even though her parents were there. And I will never forget that it was my principal, Patricia McIntosh, actually. She was a previous MP in this honorable house. She literally had to walk me to my father's car and say, Renuka, you're getting married this weekend. Go. I will look after affairs while you are not here. And the reason why I bring up this story is because to answer Senator Deyalsingh, I too have witnessed rape victims. And I think it is even worse when it is a child. I want to respectfully ask the members of this honorable house, have you ever witnessed innocence stolen from a child? Well, I did witness that, Mr. Vice President. And here's what happens to them, because I saw her 3 years thereafter. They become livid, they are suicidal, they lose self-esteem. And for 3 years, as I said before, I saw her slip away bit by bit, despite everything we tried to do to save her in that school system. I remember during that 3 years, she would come and we would try, I think it was her way of therapy, she would talk about it. And she would always say, Miss, I really tried to fight them, I really tried, but it was too much of them. And here we now fast forward, Mr. Vice President, to this very moment. So I would have explained an experience I had, and we now fast forward to this very moment. This moment, Mr. Vice President, where as a lawmaker, I have an opportunity, my brothers and sisters of this Senate, we have an opportunity to equip young women, young vulnerable women, with the opportunity to protect themselves. But I thank God that it happened, that I have this opportunity now, and not when I was a teacher. Because when I was a teacher, I would have made a decision based on emotions alone. And I would probably say Tom, Dick, and Harry should be given pepper spray. I even thank God that I didn't have the opportunity to I can't make these decisions as a lawyer alone. Because as a lawyer, I would probably even make a decision based on my own prejudice, probably as a defense counsel, probably as a prosecution lawyer. I'm grateful that I have the opportunity to contribute to this bill as a legislator. Because as a legislator, you see, Mr. Vice President, we are held at a higher and a different standard. So while this child's story resonates with me and remains with me as a legislator, I have to recognize, we have to recognize, we have this pepper spray is both a sword and it is a shield. So the legislation that has been presented to this honorable house has to strike that balance. There is no way at all as a responsible legislator can we bring legislation here and say any Tom, Dick, and Harry is entitled to a pepper spray. And mind you, I'm speaking from a place where I experienced a child and worked with a child for X amount of years who was a victim to rape, gang rape. But yet I am saying and respectfully submitting to the members of this honorable chamber that as responsible legislators, emotions can't move us alone. We cannot make decisions predicated on emotions alone. We have to see things from the bigger picture. And while, yes, we want to equip women and vulnerable women with the ability to protect themselves, we must also place checks and balances on this system. And as a result of that, I applaud the learned Attorney General for the manner in which this bill is drafted, the manner in which this bill is presented, because he recognizes in his wisdom that this is a double-headed sword that we are dealing with. And as a consequence of that, Mr. Vice President, in this law, while we are giving powers and privileges, we have to maintain oversight. And we have to put measures in place so that this privilege is not abused. So, with that being said, Mr. Vice President, the areas of the law, I do intend to address, as I said before, some of the contributions made by Senator Lutchmedial, Senator Vieira, whom I respect, Senator Mark, and Senator Deyalsingh. But the first area of the law, Mr. Vice President, that I want to peruse is Clause 7 of this particular bill, which appears before us, and is the proposed Section 6A. And, Mr. Vice President, it deals with the issue of fines and penalties. Now, what I want people of Trinidad and Tobago, the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, to understand is that as legislators, when we draft legislation, we don't pull fines and fees out of a hat. Or the Attorney General doesn't wake up one morning and decide, yeah, boy, I got to jam them. $250,000 for this offense or $10,000 for this. No, it doesn't happen like that. There is a legislative process, and we are guided by the law when we are creating fines and penalties. Now, Mr. Vice President, throughout the length and breadth of this particular legislation, if we look at Clause 7, 9, 10, 12, 26, 28, all of these clauses are clauses that speaks to different fines, speaks to different penalties. And in explaining this issue, what the question we have to ask ourselves is, as legislators, how did we arrive at this particular figure? Now, Mr. Vice President, I want to put on the record that the legislature is empowered not only to define the conduct, what conducts criminal offenses, but to also prescribe the punishment to be indicated on those who are guilty of committing an offense. So there's not a cap that we have as legislators. We have the power to be able to determine as drafters of the law, creators of the law, what fine or penalty we will apply to a particular offense. Now, in the Supreme Court of Ireland's case, Mr. Vice President, I believe it was the case of Dayton versus the Attorney General and the Revenue Commission. The ratio of that case stated, and I would like to place it in the public record, there's a clear distinction between the prescription of a fixed penalty and the selection of a penalty for a particular case. The prescription of a fixed penalty is the statement of a general rule, which is one of the characteristics of legislation. This is wholly different from the selection of a penalty to be imposed in a particular case. The legislature does not prescribe the penalty to be imposed in an individual citizen's case. It states the general rule. The application of that rule is for the courts. The selection of the punishment is an integral part of the administration of justice, and such cannot be committed to the hands of the executive. In other words, Mr. Vice President, this is in keeping with the separation of power. The legislator, we recognize we cannot willy-nilly impose fines and penalties which are odious, that it stifles the discretion of the judicial officer. So this is a type of mindset that I want to place into the public domain that goes into determining fines and penalties in a legislation. And we simply don't sit, as I said before, the Attorney General has a million things to do on a daily basis. So he doesn't just sit there and just wake up one morning, as I said, catch our VAPs and decide, okay, this is how I'm going to jam them. He is guided, we as legislators and as responsible legislators on this side of the bench, we are guided by the law when we are crafting this legislation. Now, Mr. Vice President, in the case of Francis and the other versus the state of Trinidad and Tobago, and I'm very surprised Senator Lutchmedial, when she spoke about certain penalties being improportionate and all of that. I'm very surprised she would even say that, because in this particular case, Mr. Vice President, the learning is the ratio decidendi of this case is that a penalty imposed must be proportionate to the crime committed. And I would like the record to reflect, and it is my respectful submission, that there is proportionality throughout the length and breadth of every penalty that has been stated in the legislation which appears before us. And for that, I will continue to support, and I will continue to praise my learned senior, the Attorney General. Mr. Vice President, the other question is, so I've dealt with the issue of how we come up with penalties and all of that within the legislation, the mindset that goes behind it. So proportionality is always an issue. The second issue is the question we have to ask ourselves is, how does the court apply? So after we set these fees, we have set parameters in which a court can charge for a particular offense. How does the court apply these fines and fees? Now, Mr. Vice President, if I may turn to, for example, let me use an example, Section 6A, subsection 4. This particular offense, Mr. Vice President, is read in conjunction with proposed Section 6A2. The prohibition is that a person may not manufacture, import, or sell, or distribute, or purchase, or have in his possession pepper spray. And the sanction in that particular section is he's liable. If he does this, he's liable on summary conviction to a fine of $250,000 and imprisonment for 5 years, and is liable, on conviction and indictment to a fine for $700,050 and imprisonment for 15 years. Now, so this is how the legislation reads. And the point that I'm making now is how a person appears before the court, this is the offense they have committed. What is the mindset now that the judicial officer applies? in determining what kind of sentence I'm going to grant or what kind of sentence I'm going to impose upon the accused. Now, Mr. Vice President, there's no hard and fast rule. And a judicial officer sitting before the court in the instance of this particular legislation can apply their judicial discretion in determining which end of the spectrum they're going to apply to the person that appears before him or her. And that in a nutshell is practically how the imposition of fines, penalties, sentencing works in our jurisdiction. And I believe it was necessary to highlight this because I felt as if it was being placed in the public domain. What was being placed in the public domain was the perception that we are just creating arbitrary fines and arbitrary impositions on persons. But I just wanted the public to rest assured that there's a mindset, there's a legislative mindset that is applied when we are drafting this legislation. And we are always cognizant of the issue of proportionality when we are setting these fines and penalties. Madam President, if I may now respectfully traverse the area of the law as it relates to Clause 10 of the bill that appears before us. Now, this particular Clause 10, Madam Vice President, it seeks to amend Section 16A. And this is the area of the bill that deals with all of the prohibited persons who are prohibited by this particular bill from obtaining a pepper spray license. Now, it is no secret, Madam Vice President, as I would have indicated in the beginning of my presentation, that pepper spray in the wrong hands can mash up the place. And there is no joke about that. Now, as a government, Madam President, we had to find ways to prevent the use of pepper spray by criminal elements, even those who are alleged of committing serious criminal offenses. Now, I heard Senator Lutchmedial adopting the Law Association's perspective that why are we preventing persons who are charged from having a pepper spray as opposed to a person who has been convicted of a particular criminal offense. And this is where I respectfully say to all of my seniors of the Law Association, and I respectfully submit to even the Honorable Senator Lutchmedial, this is where you draw a line from thinking like a lawyer and now thinking like a legislator. If I am to think like a lawyer alone, certainly I can say, yes, one is presumed innocent until proven guilty, and therefore why we can't put a pepper spray in his hands. But like a legislator, and that means we have to look at things holistically. And even though we recognize that yes, a man is presumed innocent until proven guilty, we cannot leave things to chance. And as a consequence, we are very clear in this particular bill, a provision which I completely support, that even a person who is charged of a particular offense, offenses, for example, in the Schedule 2 and also Part 2 of the Bail Act, persons who have been charged or convicted of those offenses are prevented from getting a pepper spray. You see, I don't want, I'm not made up or built to deal with coulda, woulda, shoulda, that a man is charged of a particular offense, and in my righteousness, because I feel he's innocent until proven guilty, I say, yeah, brother, go through. You could get a pepper spray. And then lo and behold, he is indeed a perpetrator of a particular offense. He is a perpetrator. And then I have to live with some woman's or somebody's blood on my hands. I'm not prepared to do that. This government is not prepared to do that. And as responsible legislators, I respectfully submit to my learned colleagues and seniors, even at the Law Association, we have a responsibility to look at things differently now, in the sense that, and this is my personal submission, in the sense that even a person who is charged with an offense I respectfully submit that pepper spray ought not to go into their hands. And the reason for this is because also, once acquitted of that particular charge, John Doe still has the right to now go and apply for pepper spray if he really or she really wants pepper spray. So once that charge, they're acquitted of that charge, there's nothing in this law that prevents him or her from applying for a pepper spray and successfully doing so. But at least to my mind, before he's cleared of the charges, because I know, I'm not too sure whether he did it or didn't do it, or whether she did it or didn't do it. So it is safer position as a policy, from a policy perspective, to say, you know what, hold up. We put in a stay, you're not entitled to this pepper spray, but here's what. You're cleared of your charges, by all means, go through. And that's why I kept repeating, because it's something that has, being a very new politician, it's something that resonates with me day after day. I do not have the luxury anymore of thinking like a defense counsel. I now have to think differently. And we have to see things both from a prosecutorial perspective, from a defense counsel, because that is our responsibility as legislators. So with that being said, Madam Vice President, I want to say I fully endorse Clause 10 of this bill that appears before us. Now, on the issue, he made a very substantial point. He made the point that why should a woman who have pepper spray illegally should face a penalty? And I hope respectfully, Mr. Senator Vieira, I certainly respect your position, but I hope you understand what we are trying to say here, that she has to be held accountable because there's a process and procedure to obtain this application. And if we allow anybody to get a pepper spray, if we allow anyone to be entitled to a pepper spray, what in essence we will be condoning as legislators is a Gotham City, a wild, wild west with no checks and balances, where anyone...
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. So, Senator Vieira, respectfully, I hope you could readjust your position and rethink the view of why, at least on this side, why we have considered, we had to think differently and certainly impose certain restrictions on persons who can apply for pepper spray. Now, what I wanted to make mention of in this Clause 10, which speaks to the point of domestic violence and persons who have an order against them for domestic violence, because I know it's a very big social point. It's a social issue, and people may think, oh my God, because I have a domestic violence order against me, I'm prevented from obtaining a pepper spray. What I want to remind the members of this Honorable Senate is in that particular clause, it says, for the purpose of subsection 1, a person who is the subject to an undertaken interim order or protection order in the proceedings under the Domestic Violence Act shall be prohibited from obtaining pepper spray import permit or pepper spray permit unless the court determines otherwise. And that is the section of the legislation that I want to analyze, unless the court determines otherwise. Now, there's a locus classicus case. It was the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago versus Miguel Regis. And in this particular case, the court dealt with the issue of what is judicial discretion, because that particular section of this clause, which says, unless a court determines otherwise, it gives the court, the judicial officer, the ultimate discretion in domestic violence cases, when a matter appears before him or her, to decide if this person can still, notwithstanding the order, this person can still make an application and successfully get pepper spray. And this particular case that I alluded to, it stated, the esteemed panel of judges stated in this case, judicial discretion implies a power to choose, decide, determine according to one's own judgment. It's a power to be exercised not arbitrarily or according to the subjective whims of a judicial officer, but in accordance with the will of the law. From this general proposition, it follows that there are many aspects of judicial discretion. However, what is common to all is choice decision. So this particular case, and it went on further to talk about the length and breadth of judicial discretion. So to the members of the listening public, I want persons, especially persons who have been subject to domestic violence, to understand that based on the way in which this law is crafted, we are not locking you out from the opportunity to be able to apply for a pepper spray, because what we have at the very end of that particular section is we have identified that the court can exercise its judicial discretion based on the facts of the matter that appears before this court and decide, notwithstanding an undertaking, notwithstanding a particular order that is given, this person can still be entitled to successfully apply for pepper spray and have that pepper spray granted to them. And the reason for that is because, of course, the judicial officer is the person who's intimately connected to the case. They would know exactly all of the facts, they would know the seriousness of the matter, and certainly know whether a party to the proceedings can still have a pepper spray in their possession, notwithstanding having these orders made against them. So I don't want there to be pandemonium amongst the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago in which they believe that because there's this particular order, as it relates to domestic violence, you're automatically locked out from having the use and benefit of a pepper spray. Now, Madam President, I had intended to deal with the issues of applications and appeals, but the Attorney General did deal with that, and there are certain things that I said I wanted to put on a record relative to contributions made. You know, Senator Lutchmedial, I'll be very honest, as a woman also sitting in the Senate, I see Senator, the learned Senator, as a very strong young woman who has good contributions to make, but I was very, very disappointed that in a bill of this serious nature, that Senator Lutchmedial spent 13 minutes simply lamenting on the failures and how long it took the government to bring this piece of legislation without offering to this country and to the 300,000 people that they claim that they represent, without offering an alternative solution. And I will say I'm very disappointed. Senator Lutchmedial also spoke about training requirements.
So your time is up.
Thank you very much, Madam President.
Leader of Government Business.
And I beg to move that this House to now adjourn to Tuesday, May 18, 2021 at 10 a.m. and we'd continue the debate on this bill. Thank you.
Honourable Senators, before I put the question, I will now invite Senators to bring greetings on the occasion of Eid, which will be celebrated on Thursday, May the 13th, 2021. Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Assalamu alaikum. May the peace and mercy and blessings of Allah be with us all. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I begin in the name of Allah, the most gracious, most merciful. Thank you, Madam President, for allowing me the opportunity to bring Eid al-Fitr greetings in this honorable house to the Islamic community of our beloved country. As we continue to battle the effects of the novel coronavirus, COVID-19, the holy month of Ramadan for another year is being observed with a difference. During this sacred period of fasting and prayer, many of my Muslim brothers and sisters, like myself, eagerly return to our places of worship. However, due to the increasing number of active COVID cases, places of worship experienced several reductions in occupancy and eventually closed its doors. Though we were sad to spend the remaining days of Ramadan away from the mosque, unable to see our friends and relatives, we knew that Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would be our guide. Once again, Muslims near and far had to alter the way that they were traditionally worshipped. Another difficult Ramadan that saw empty masjids, with Tarawih prayers being performed virtually. The silence piercing through the walls of our places of worship, as gatherings of joy and laughter during the daily breaking of the fast, which is the iftar, were no longer something we could look forward to. This continues to be a very difficult way of life. Indeed, a new normal. But we as Muslims are reminded of the teachings of Almighty Allah, that many people in the past have suffered and had their faith tested, so much each and every person in the present. It is narrated through the Holy Quran that Almighty Allah loves those who demonstrate sabr, which is patience, in times of distress and trials. Chapter 8, verse 46 says, "And obey Allah and His Messenger, upon whom be peace, and do not dispute and lose courage, and your strength would depart. Be patient. Indeed, Allah is with those who have patience." As a devout Muslim, I remain trusting in Almighty Allah that we as a country, along with the entire world, will overcome and win this fight. During this holy month of Ramadan, I truly believe that we were given yet another opportunity for increased prayer and deeper reflection with our loved ones. For me, I was reminded of the importance of family time and cherish these moments, sitting together with my mother, wife, and daughters at home, where we would pray and recite Quran, thus building a greater relationship with Almighty God. Though this pandemic has removed us physically from the mosque, it has taught us that our homes can become our new place of worship, one where we can share a space with our loved ones and encourage our children to join our daily rituals. It also taught them the values of compassion through charity and service to others, which are prescribed in the Holy Quran. For Muslims, the final 10 days of Ramadan is very auspicious and hold great significance, as it is believed that Almighty God shows great mercy to His creation. It is a chance to benefit from the immense blessings of the sacred month and seek salvation. During these days, Laylatul Qadr, the night of power, occurs, and Muslims meditate in prayer for an entire night. It is written that this odd night is better than 1,000 months, and the one in which the Holy Quran was revealed to the Prophet Muhammad, upon whom be peace. As the Muslim community of Trinidad and Tobago and across the world draws closer to the end of the holy month of Ramadan and the celebration of Eid al-Fitr, let this month reform our faith, shape our character, and draw us closer to Almighty Allah. May we remember to show gratitude and compassion to those less fortunate in our society. In preparation for Eid al-Fitr, I want to remind my fellow brothers and sisters in Islam to adhere to the public health guidelines set out by the Ministry of Health. Wear your mask, stay at home unless absolutely necessary, properly sanitize, and please do not congregate. This virus has now impacted every single household, whether directly or indirectly, and we must not let it get the better of us. Let us reflect on the valuable lessons learned during this sacred month and strive to implement them in our everyday lives. I pray for Almighty Allah's continued guidance and protection upon our government, all frontline workers, and by extension, all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. May Allah grant us patience, wisdom, and understanding as we continue to work together in this global fight. May He bless all the persons who have contracted this virus with strength and healing. May Allah accept our fast and ibadah and grant ease to all our brothers and sisters who are facing difficulties and suffering during this hardship. Almighty Allah, I also pray for those who have lost a loved one during this pandemic. May they be granted Jannatul Firdaus. Forgive their sins and make their graves a garden of comfort and light. In closing, Madam President, I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for giving me this opportunity to serve in this government for yet another term. I want to remember especially Senator Franklin Khan, who has passed away, especially during this month, because he used to give me the time to leave, to break my fast. On behalf of the government of Trinidad and Tobago, I take this opportunity to wish my brothers and sisters at home and abroad Eid Mubarak and the highest blessings of Almighty Allah now and always. Thank you.
Senator Naked.
Madam President, I thank you for the opportunity to extend greetings and my commiserations with my brother, Senator Kazim Hussain. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, in the name of God, most gracious, most merciful. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad, ahul bayt tayyibin at-tahirin wa ashabihi al-muntajabin. God's blessings be upon our Prophet Muhammad and his family, noble and pure, and his selected companions. On behalf of the United National Congress and the leader of the country's opposition, the Honorable Kamla Prasad Bisasa, we extend sincere greetings to the Islamic community of Trinidad and Tobago and the worldwide Islamic diaspora on the advent of Eid al-Fitr. Madam President, this blessed holy month of Ramadan is about to leave us, and already we mourn its absence as we grieve the departure of a loved one. The doors of repentance, which were open to us during this blessed month, for the smallest of acts, will now be inaccessible to us. The multitudes of bounties and blessings that were bestowed upon us while we observe the fast, even where sleep is considered an act of worship, will now be constrained. Small wonder that tears will flow from our eyes as we bid this month farewell and admit to the paucity of our stratagems and confess to our shortcomings in fulfilling our obligations and our recommended acts to Almighty God. As we celebrate the days of Eid al-Fitr as a nation, the Islamic community will begin to look forward to the next coming of the holy month with the desire and need and expression of a mother looks to the return of a prodigal son. We of the United National Congress recognize and pay tribute to the sterling, magnificent contributions of the Islamic community of our country that they have made in all and every sphere of national development. And we note with admiration the call of the Muslim community's greatest and most heralded prophet, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that Ummati Wahad, my community is one, and all expressions of fitna or mischief must be avoided. As our Holy Quran states, fitna ajab min al-atl. Fitna, meaning mischief, is more grievous than murder. So as a united Islamic community continues its advancement and contribution to the national effort to establish justice and equity throughout all communities. We of the United National Congress again wish Eid Mubarak, the blessings of Eid, Elf Mabruk wa El Saha, 1,000 congratulations and salutations upon all our people of Trinidad and Tobago. And may we continue this fight together. I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Dana Ryan.
Thank you for recognizing me, Madam President. Ramadan is the holy month when it is said that the Quran was given to the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace be unto him. Allah prescribed the holy month in order to rectify our actions and purify our soul with a goal of attaining devoutness. During this holy month of Ramadan, members of the Muslim community observe their fast, not to test their will, but to perform acts of faith which bring them closer to God. It is believed that the gates of mercy are open, so the charitable deeds which you do in the month of Ramadan multiply your blessings. Last year's Ramadan arrived during the world's first round of pandemic-related lockdowns. In many countries like ours, mosques, like other places of worship, were closed and cut off Muslims from communal prayer, meals, and charitable work. This year, as new surges of the pandemic continue to necessitate limits on movement and gatherings, we continue to be especially grateful to the Muslim community for their fast, prayer, charity, and sacrifice for the sake of the overall safety and well-being of Trinidad and Tobago. One of the most important gains from Ramadan is the ability to evolve, to transform from a previous you to a new you. The one who has gone through a spiritual rebirth will propel for the rest of the year. The end of Ramadan is celebrated on Eid al-Fitr, on Thursday. The sacrifices of the month are supposed to prepare our citizens who are Muslims for the new start in life's journey, one of patience, sympathy, compassion, humanity, cleansed from the stresses of the past. It is in this context that on behalf of the independent bench, I say Eid Mubarak to the Muslim community and Trinidad and Tobago. Ameen.
Honourable Senators, it is my privilege to join with those who have spoken before me in bringing greetings to members of the Muslim faith in the celebration of Eid al-Fitr. As we all know, Eid marks the end of Ramadan, that period of fasting, prayer, and self-discipline. This year, and at this time in our nation's history, the discipline and sacrifices shown and made by our Muslim brothers and sisters are an example to all of us who are also being called upon to make our own sacrifices for our health and safety. We therefore thank those of the Muslim faith for the example that they have set for us all. Even though their celebrations may be more muted this year, we know that the deep-rooted faith and charity will persevere. On behalf of the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, I therefore wish all Muslims and all of Trinidad and Tobago Eid Mubarak. Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to Tuesday, May the 18th, 2021 at 10 a.m. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to Tuesday, May the 18th, 2021 at 10 a.m.